Happy New Year, everybody. Well, not yet. It's almost the new year. Welcome to episode 841, a special live edition of the Solomonster Sounds Of here on New Year's Eve, Sunday, December 31st, 2023. Hope everybody is having a great night getting ready for the new year. In some parts of the world, it may already be the new year where you are. If it is, I say Happy New Year. To the rest of you, grab a drink, grab some food, sit back. I got my drink here for the occasion. And we're going to have a good time tonight because we are going to go through a bunch of news items. And of course, I also promise you that this is the annual prediction show. So we are going to be doing predictions as well. Let's tone that down there. There we go. We're going to be doing predictions for 2024. And also, what I usually do every year, when I do my predictions, we go back through what I got right and what I got wrong in 2023. See, we have accountability around here. We don't just ignore the past. I don't shy away from the ones I got wrong. So we'll go through that, and then we'll go through predictions for the next year. So get your predictions ready as well. You want to drop a super chat? Super chats are open. Let me know what you think as far as 2024 in the world of wrestling. And we'll hang out here. Now, what we're going to be doing throughout the next couple of hours, and probably beyond, you'll see the countdown here on the lower part of your screen. So I'm in the Eastern time zone, just so you know. That is how long we have until we hit the stroke of midnight. So periodically I will check in to see how much time is left, and we will count down the final seconds of 2023 together. I'll need to rely on you guys in the chat in case I'm going on about something and I forget to bring the countdown up. That does happen sometimes. You guys will let me know, I hope. A little bit of house cleaning here that we do on the main sound off, which usually is audio only. But there was so much going on this weekend, I didn't feel like doing 3 shows. So I said, why not combine it and make this episode 841? But what we do here is I want to show some love, give some shout outs here to people who have donated to the podcast via PayPal and have really supported all throughout the year. So I want to give a very special shout out to PB. PB knows who they are. Thank you very much. I wish you a very happy new year. as well as the Portland pop star Paul Hamilton. I don't know if he'll be dropping in tonight or not. Paul is one of the OGs here. Paul, I hope, is doing well. Max the Axe Volato, who wants to give a shout out to his furry friend of almost 13 years, Einstein, who passed away, unfortunately, unexpectedly, right before Christmas. And I know that Max is really down right now, so my condolences to him. Losing a pet, it's like losing a member of the family, because that's what they are. They are a member of the family. So I'm very sorry to hear that. And I'm thinking about you. Hey, don't be sad it's over. Be sad. Or don't be sad that it's over, but be happy that you had 13 years. 13 very happy years. And that's what you need to remember. So happy New Year, my friend. Friend Zone. John Schultz. I'll see what I can do about your Be the Booker request. We'll see. Big B, Bryant Becerra, Night Stalker, Naif Al-Safar, the Chicago Slayer, Willie Eichard, the Goddess of Justice, Samantha Turner. Happy New Year to you. The Diamond Dallas Dance Machine, Harrison Soap, Killshot, Keith Hart, Velvet Revolver, Robert Murray, Best in the Game, Trey Porter, New York Punk, Arnold Modesto, Sweet Sapphire, Sarah Kittleson. Happy New Year to you and the family. And Left Hook, Luke Hyams. What's going on, Luke? Luke realized that he's been listening to the podcast for 10 years now. A whole decade of listening to me ramble on about pro wrestling. And the reason that my WrestleMania trips came to an end, he wants to know why. Yeah, I went to like 7 or 8 of them. I think it was about 7 WrestleManias in a row. And honestly, after a while, I just got tired. We all did. Everybody in my group, we kind of had enough. And honestly, the last WrestleMania I went to, I just remember I'm sitting out there. It's starting to rain. It's 12:15 in the morning. And I'm watching Ronda Rousey at MetLife Stadium in the main event of WrestleMania, thinking, how am I going to get out of here? It's pouring outside. I just want to leave. It had been like 6 hours at that point. So at that point, I realized, you know what? Might be time to give this WrestleMania thing a break. Little did I know what was going to happen the following year anyway, where nobody got to go to WrestleMania, so I didn't feel too bad. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. I also want to give a couple of quick plugs here before we go on, just so you guys are aware. There is a sale going on. Pro Wrestling Tees. Promo code NY2024 now through Tuesday. You can get 20% off all shirts in our Sound Off store. Go to ProWrestlingTees.com/Solomonster Sounds Off. I'm sitting next to Cody Rhodes, man. Yeet. 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 There you go. There you go.
Look, everyone, it's Samoa Bro.
Oh, we got a super chat party going on already here. I've only been on here for a few minutes, and we already got a super chat party going on. Look at this. And last but not least, this coming Saturday, so next weekend, I am going to be at the NYC Arena, and I hope you are too if you are in the area. It is going to be the first House of Glory show of 2024. Brace for Impact with 2 former... well, actually more than 1 former champion on this show, but in the main event, we have a former 2-time Impact World Heavyweight Champion, Josh Alexander, the Walking Weapon, coming in for the first time to challenge Mike Santana for the House of Glory World title. Main event are going to defend their HOG Tag Team titles against the reigning Impact Tag Team Champions, ABC, Ace Austin and Chris Bay. Black Taurus is coming to New York City to make his Hog debut. Challenge for the Crown Jewel Championship, and Gringo Loco is back. He's going to be challenging Nolo Kitano for the Cruiserweight title. You know, Gringo was fantastic at our last event. Damn near stole the show. So I'm looking forward to having him back. And who knows, he may leave with some gold around his waist. Anyway, tickets are on sale right now, hogwrestling.net, or you can stream the event live on watchonpremiere.com. That is the place to go. Yeah, it is a super chat party, in case you couldn't tell. We got a whole bunch of them coming in. What I'll be doing here is, as we go along, instead of saving them all for the end, I'll just be cutting in and out. I may not put them up on screen, but I will be periodically checking in and reading your super chats. And by the way, Retro KOH, and who else was it? Oh my goodness. We had a bunch of gifted memberships earlier. Thank you. We had a whole bunch that expired, so it's nice to claw back some of those. So Look at all the new channel members we got. Very, very kind of you. I appreciate that very much. Heading into the new year. Let's talk about AEW. Now, if you missed it, I didn't want to wait until 10 o'clock tonight. So I went and I recorded something separate already. About a 15-minute long video on the Chris Jericho stuff. That is up on the channel. Many of you, I'm sure already saw it. You may have already watched it. So that's already up for those of you who couldn't wait. I know a lot of people were asking me if I was going to get something up about that, and I did. But before I even get into that, some people may not be aware of the fact that tomorrow is the 5-year anniversary of AEW. AEW turns 5 years old tomorrow. And I thought it would be worthwhile to take a moment here just to talk about this, because 5 years of AEW and the wrestling business is better off because of it. No matter what you think about AEW, and some people think that it's actually a black mark on the industry. They don't like the product. They don't like what the product represents. The reality is AEW employs a lot of people and pays most of those people very good money that they probably would not be able to make anywhere but WWE. And so for a lot of reasons, it is a positive that AEW is around. There has never been another wrestling company since the death of WCW that has enjoyed the kind of success and made the kind of money that AEW has. I mean, there's been plenty of promotions, right? We've had TNA, which is still around, but TNA only got to a certain level, and they have a very good product, but again, they're only at a certain level. They have a certain presence on television, they make a certain amount of money, their roster is only so big. They've been around for many years. Ring of Honor has been around for exactly the same amount of time, pretty much, right? They pretty much sprouted up a few months before TNA did. And so you have Ring of Honor has been around for a number of years. Billy Corgan, rebooted the NWA. Lucha Underground. Now, Lucha Underground was more a television show than it was a promotion. Lucha Underground was fantastic. I was a huge fan of Lucha Underground. You listen to the podcast, you guys know that. I used to review every episode for all 4 seasons. But the fact is that the show was not a financial success, because if it was, it would still be on the air. And unfortunately, the show only lasted 4 seasons. There was really no proper ending. It just sort of ended, and that sucks, and I wish it didn't. But it was not a success in the way that the television network it was on, El Rey, would measure success. So again, there have been a lot of promotions over the years. You look at what AEW has done. They've brought in big names. They've given exposure to a lot of unknowns that people otherwise would not know. It brought back wrestling to TNT and TBS, right, for the first time in 2 decades. Best television presence for any promotion since the death of WCW, right, outside of WWE. It brought CM Punk back to wrestling for the first time in 7 years. And depending on your opinion of CM Punk, that's either a good thing or a bad thing. For WWE right now, it's a great thing. For a while there, for AEW, it was a great thing, until it wasn't. But they did the impossible. They brought CM Punk out of retirement. It kicked open the forbidden door with New Japan Pro Wrestling, and we got that joint show, that first one. Now we have them every year, right? And they have relationships with a lot of different promotions. It filled up Wembley Stadium. 80,000 people, right, give or take, which is unheard of for a wrestling company in this day and age for anything outside of WrestleMania. It's very impressive that they were able to do that. Because if it was that easy, other companies would do it. They haven't been able to. Usually it's WWE that has the big stadium show. So it was nice for a change to see somebody else be able to fill up a stadium for a major pay-per-view. And like WWE, they gave us something to watch during the pandemic era when the whole world shut down. As ridiculous as it was that wrestling and wrestlers were deemed essential workers during the pandemic in Florida, right? I mean, that's just ridiculous, but it's Florida. Wouldn't be the first time that there's been some dumb shit going on in Florida, but nonetheless, they were around with WWE when really nobody else was. Now, they have issues that they need to work through in 2024. There's no doubt about it. They have issues of booking. They have issues of managing the roster better. And by the way, that includes talent off camera, behind the scenes, and trying to keep their house in order. Because it seems like there's always something with this company that goes on, as we saw this week. It seems like it's always something with AEW. So they got to get a better handle on that. They've had attendance issues domestically. It's really great that they sold out at Nassau Coliseum last night for World's End. They're near a sellout for Revolution, which isn't until March, because they have Sting's final match. They're going to be in Greensboro. They already have something like 13 or 14,000 tickets sold, so that's great. They have almost 40,000 tickets already moved for Wembley Stadium next summer. That's fantastic. But you look around at some of the Dynamite tapings and the Collision tapings in some of these markets, even in smaller buildings, that they really shouldn't have that much of an issue filling up. And in a lot of markets, they have an issue putting bodies in those buildings. There's a lot of different reasons for that. It could be overall interest in the product combined with local promotion, any number of reasons for it. But they definitely do have attendance issues that are going to have to be addressed in the new year. People are leaving that have been there since day one. Shawn Spears just announced this week that he is not returning to AEW. We know QT Marshall recently said that Tony Khan is taking the product in a different direction that he basically agrees with, and so he's leaving. He's gone already. We've heard about Kevin Sullivan, not that Kevin Sullivan, but in production, the Kevin Sullivan that worked for AEW from day one. He is no longer with the company. Dana Massey, Matt Jackson's wife, who has worked with the company, really was one of the founding principles of the company, because were it not for her, there probably wouldn't even be an AEW. I think she helped facilitate the initial meeting or conversation that her husband had with Tony Khan. She's worked in the merchandise end of things since 2019, and she, on her own, decided that she was stepping aside. And there's a lot of rumor and innuendo as to why that is, but she is gone as well. Time will tell whether or not all of these things are a positive or a negative. Just because you have people that have been there since day one who are leaving, that in and of itself does not mean that the sky is falling and this is a bad thing. Right? There have been complaints about attendance. Raphael Morphy is another one. He decided to take a better job. He worked on the live event end. He's also gone. People have complained about the live events. People have complained about the merchandising and what merchandise is available at the live events. Who knows? Maybe this will end up being a good thing. But there are definite changes that are going on behind the scenes in AEW. It would be a bad thing if Warner Brothers Discovery did not renew them at the end of this option year. At the end of the next television season, unless they make a new deal, they're done with Warner Brothers Discovery. It would be very bad for Tony Khan if he did not make a new deal for more money to keep his shows on TNT or TBS. It would be a bad thing if Warner Brothers Discovery made a deal with WWE, and even if they kept AEW, if they relegated them to a secondary channel, that would be a bad thing. It would be bad if Tony Khan doesn't get that rights increase. Regardless of what deal he signs, what network it might be with, that would be a very bad thing. AEW would change even more if he doesn't get the money that he needs. Because this is a company that, even though they're making money, the company is generating money. By all accounts, they still have not turned a profit. Now, you do some reading on startups. Most startups, it takes 3 to 5 years to turn a profit. Well, AEW is entering year number 5. So this is a company that has to turn a profit soon. Is 2024 going to be the year? So there are a lot of things that need to be addressed and questions that have to be answered. But here we are 5 years in. AEW is still around. I'm glad they're still around. I hope they're around for another 5 years plus. You know, MJF made a comment in that Players Tribune article, which was an excellent read. If you didn't see it, you should definitely check it out. But he made a comment in there and he said, you know, if you are actively rooting against the existence, because there are people who do. There are people who actively root against AEW. They want them to die and they don't want them to exist anymore. And they would dance on their grave. If you are one of those people, you are part of the problem. Because the reality is, it's nice to have another company that could be on par with WWE when it comes to competition for talent, right? They may not be on par with them when it comes to the amount of money they make and how big they are. They're never going to catch up to WWE. in that regard. But it's nice to have a company that can throw money around and actively compete for talent, because they're all pulling from the same talent pool. Every week that goes by that we're talking about someone like Drew McIntyre, he hasn't signed a new contract, or Mercedes Mone, where is she going to go? And Andrade, where's he going to end up? Because we know where he's going to end up. But like, it's WWE or AEW in a lot of cases. It's nice to have two companies that can seriously compete for the same talent. For a very long time, that really wasn't the case. You know, not that Impact wasn't able to pull in some people like Kurt Angle and people like that over the years, but wrestling would be a lot more boring if it was just WWE and then a bunch of other smaller promotions. That's the reality. Things would be a lot more boring than it is now. Anyway, MJF, I mentioned the Players Tribune piece. And there was another section of that essay that he wrote where he talked about how it's kind of funny, where every time something really positive happens in my career, something bad happens to accompany it. And he talked about, for example, when he came back at All Out last year, we know what happened with, Muffin Man at the Scrum. We know that at Grand Slam, he's at Arthur Ashe. He's headlining against Samoa Joe. He has this big story going with Adam Cole. Adam Cole gets hurt. There's always something that happens. And it was funny that he would write that in the same week that this Chris Jericho stuff blew up. The very day, in fact, that he was headlining Nassau Coliseum last night against Samoa Joe, it was yesterday morning, that the wrestling world blew up on social media, and Chris Jericho's name was trending on Twitter. Why was Chris Jericho trending on Twitter? Chris Jericho was trending on Twitter not once but twice this week. Neither one of those times it was for anything positive. And we'll start with the wooings. There you go. Ric Flair and his stupid wings over there. Hey, El Mace, thank you for the $13, man. Enjoy your wings. That's the new $13 one right there. Let's start with the first one, because he was trending on Christmas morning. Christmas, New Year's, Chris Jericho's very active, obviously, on the holidays. Christmas morning, when most people were sleeping at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:22 a.m. on Monday, Chris Jericho was arguing with Stephen P. New on Twitter. Now, I know there are a lot of people who know that name. There were Stephen P. New, if you listen to Cornette's podcast, and I don't know if he advertises on other podcasts as well. He's worked with Cornette as his lawyer before. He's an attorney. You hear his name mentioned a lot. Anyway, he appeared on Rip Rogers' podcast last week. And he was asked if he wanted to make any comment about something that Ace Steel said, because Ace Steel was on there and really put him over and had some very nice things to say about him. And we learned something that I didn't know, which is that CM Punk and Ace Steel were represented by Stephen P. New in the whole Brawl Out incident, because all the lawyers got involved. It became a whole legal situation, and there were NDAs and all that stuff. He was the one to represent them. So they asked him, look, is there anything that you can talk about if you want to mention anything about it? And he put over Punk and Steel, and he said, the NDAs that they signed are lifetime NDAs, which means they will never legally be allowed to say anything about what happened at Brawl Out backstage last year. However, the one person who was present who did not sign an NDA was Lucy Guy, who is the wife of Ace Steel. And he made a comment that, if one day she wants to talk about it and say something about it, then she would have the opportunity to do so if she so desired. So Jericho has a website called Web is Jericho. Had this website for a number of years. It's run by the guy who basically, he's kind of like the social media manager for Jericho and for Fozzy. They posted a story about this on the website Web is Jericho. So Jericho quote tweets one of the links to this Web is Jericho story and says, I didn't sign an NDA. And that's what started this whole back and forth with him and the lawyer, because Stephen P. New saw that and he said, well, you should check the AEW handbook, and basically saying that you are bound by confidentiality. And that is what brought about the 4 o'clock in the morning response from Chris Jericho, and I will read you this response here. And this is all relevant because it does tie into the story from yesterday, because this is what really directly led into what happened. Jericho put his own foot in his mouth. He said, "Hey, Stephen P. New, I don't adhere to an employee handbook, and I've never had one in 4 years of working for AEW." Now, I think it's been established that there is, in fact, an employee handbook. So apparently the rules don't apply to Chris Jericho. But he says, "I've also never signed an NDA in my life, ever. So stop trying to be a bully and making egotistical fantasy brags for your clients and start doing some research before you make blanket statements about your buddies. Because I saw everything that night, including how Lucy and her husband and best buddy acted and what really went down. And since I was in the room and watching her and everybody else the whole time, I know exactly what really happened. And considering you weren't there and I was, maybe you should shut your mark ass up. Because what really went down was disgusting." So Tony Khan, imagine him rubbing his eyes and waking up on Christmas morning. If he ever sleeps. I'm not even sure Tony Khan ever goes to sleep. Every time I see him at these scrums, he's got that cup of coffee in his hand. It's either a coffee or a White Claw. I don't know that this guy ever sleeps. But I can imagine him waking up in the morning and logging on Twitter, because you know he's on Twitter every hour, and on cagematch.net. And I can imagine him seeing on the trending tab Chris Jericho and thinking, he's still trending from Monday, huh? It's been a week. And then clicking and finding out, oh, yeah. So my issue with this is very simple. I can't vouch for, Stephen P. New. I don't know why he's on Twitter even engaging with Jericho. The guy's a lawyer, but whatever. He does his business the way that he wants to do his business. What I don't understand is this. Chris Jericho is a soldier for Tony Khan, right? He's one of the OGs of AEW. He's basically an EVP in the company without the title. As far as I know, maybe he does have an EVP title. I don't know. But that's basically what he is. And he's a veteran of that roster. Brawl Out last September is the most embarrassing night in the history of that company. So why, if you are anyone associated with AEW, would you want to do anything almost a year and a half later to draw attention to the worst night in the history of your company? Because he had to know that this was going to blow up and become a big story by engaging this way. I don't understand it. And honestly, yes, he may have been around. I remember him being at the scrum and whispering in Tony's ear like shit went down. You better come back here. So he knew something happened, but he wasn't directly involved in this. All of a sudden he's kind of making it out to be like, I was there and I was a part of that. Who cares? Why are you bringing this up again? It's in the past. It's over. The more distance you put between that and AEW, the better it is for AEW. All Jericho did was just blow it up tenfold. So I don't understand that at all. I don't know. I don't think a novel was warranted for this at 4:00 in the morning. So here we are with Chris Jericho over a year later arguing with CM Punk's lawyer on Twitter. Now, how this ties into the bullshit from yesterday is Nick Hausman of House of Wrestling. He saw Jericho's missive and he replied to it and said, well, what about the NDAs that you make other people sign? And that got him blocked by Jericho. And then everything sort of started spilling out. There were screenshots. There was a screenshot, and I said this in the video I posted earlier. I don't even know who this person is who posted this because the name was distorted. It was blurred out. I don't know if it was posted on Twitter or Facebook. It looked like a Facebook post. I have no idea who this came from. But it was spreading like wildfire, a screenshot of a post that said, here's the deal. You don't quit the hottest fed going today, AEW. And obviously this person was referring to AEW back in 2019 when this happened. You don't do that without a reason. I have it from people in the know that Kylie, being Kylie Ray, was asked to go to Chris Jericho's room with the understanding that others would be there. When she got there, it was only him. He made a pass at her. No other details are given, it says in parenthesis, and she freaked out. So that's the story. There was an incident, allegedly, 4 years ago, where she was told to go to Chris Jericho's hotel room. She thought I don't know if someone told her this or she just assumed there would be other people there. There was nobody else there but Jericho. He made a pass at her, whatever form that took, whether it was verbal, I don't know if it was more than verbal. He made a pass at her. That's all this person said. And she freaked out. So that's it. That's what we know. People on social media are running wild with this, and they're posting stuff about sexual assault, and they're using the R word, and they're like, whoa, hold on a second here. I didn't see that mentioned anywhere, right? That's a pretty serious word to throw around. But this thing is just spiraling out of control, and everybody is sort of spinning their own narratives here about what was said and what happened here. So then there was another person who posted something, and it was that screenshot of something that I guess a woman posted in 2020 during the whole speaking out movement, when people were being outed left and right, mostly on the British wrestling scene. I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. But Kylie Ray herself replied to this particular screenshot, which mentioned Jericho. Is it safe to start telling stories about Jericho? She posted a heart emoji. Well, that obviously blew up, and people saw that, and they took that to be confirmation from her herself that, in fact, something did happen, because she could have ignored it, she could have denied it, but instead she responded with the heart emoji. And that took this whole story into a whole different stratosphere here. Nick Hausman has a podcast called Rumor and Innuendo. He went on his podcast, he took this one step further, and he went out all over on Jericho here. And he said one of the things that is disconcerting to him about the praise that Jericho gets is when you have that kind of clout and you have that kind of power, it's important to use it responsibly. He said there are issues with Chris behind the scenes where I know, and he's saying this, where he knows a lot of people who were hurt by Chris and his actions. It's very uncomfortable to me to see him lauded like he is and having the focus on that and all of his accomplishments, because I do think there are a lot of questionable stories about him that will find their way out over time when people are ready to tell those stories. And then he brought up Harvey Weinstein. And he used the Harvey Weinstein analogy about how he was this big figure who won all kinds of awards and had all kinds of accolades. And then we all found out that he was a fucking predator and he ended up in jail. And he said, I'm not saying that's going to happen to Chris, but when you're hiding a lot of skeletons in your closet, and that was kind of the point he was trying to make, one day it might all spill out. Which is a hell of an analogy to make. So clearly I read that as, well, he knows something, and maybe he feels he can't come out with it because people involved don't want him to. But like, that's when you read that and you hear that, that's the first thing you think of. So for his sake, I hope he knows what he's doing, because that's a pretty big accusation to lob against someone, a pretty powerful person in the wrestling industry. Now, the reason I brought up in the video I did earlier, I brought up the Vince McMahon stuff. And the only reason I mentioned the Vince McMahon stuff, which has nothing to do with this, but I brought it up because I just know if I don't bring it up, the first thing people are going to say, oh, Solomonster, all the rants, all the videos you did last year about Vince McMahon and attacking Vince McMahon and as vocal as you were about Vince McMahon and all the shit that came out about him, you got to have that same energy for Chris Jericho. Well, let me explain to you what the difference is between the two as of this moment. When the stuff came out about Vince McMahon last year, NDAs, right, and hush money, this was in the Wall Street Journal, and this was on CNBC. There were articles in reputable mainstream media outlets about this. There were quotes from people involved. There were documents that were distributed amongst members of the WWE Board of Directors. There were financial disclosures with the SEC about hush money payments. Vince McMahon himself stepped down. It would take an act of fucking God to get him to do that. So clearly, you knew there was smoke to the fire here because there was documentation about it. So yes, of course, people are going to talk about it, and people are not going to look very kindly on Vince McMahon for it. Interestingly enough, Jericho was one of the people who sort of dismissed it and stuck up for him at the time, which, looking back on it, I think says a lot. But that's the difference. Right now, what are we dealing with here? At this moment, as I sit here, what are we really dealing with here? We are dealing with tweets and we are dealing with an emoji. So we have to wait and see if anything comes out of this. We have to wait and see if Mr. Hausman over here has anything else to say since he opened Pandora's box. Now it's all on him. We'll wait and see if anything else comes out. What I do know is that at the media scrum last night after the pay-per-view, now I was live here on YouTube with all of you when Tony Khan took to the table over there and was answering questions, and I said I was very curious to know what his response would be. Because you had to know that the question was going to come up. Somebody in that room was going to ask him a question about the situation. What would his response be? Now, if you know Tony Khan, you probably knew exactly what his response was going to be, and he did not disappoint. But somebody from USA Today asked a very simple question to Tony Khan. And the question was something to the effect of, has Chris Jericho ever been investigated or under investigation in the time that he has been under contract to AEW? And it may have been specifically about sexual misconduct, but just, investigated in general. That's a pretty straightforward question. The person didn't come out and mention Kylie Ray. The person didn't come out and ask for anything specific, NDAs or anything like that. Has Chris Jericho ever been investigated for anything like this before during his tenure in AEW? And Tony Khan did a little tap dance around the question without actually answering it. And he started talking about how I'm not going to comment on unsubstantiated internet rumors. And I will tell you that AEW is the safest wrestling company in the world. Our safety protocols are second to none. There is no wrestling company in the world today that is safer than AEW. And I fucking laughed when I read that. I saw him. I watched the video. I saw him say it because this is the same man who only, 3 months ago went on national television and talked about how he feared for his life. And he's going to sit there and say that AEW is the safest wrestling company in the entire world. Feared for his life. Jericho was on Twitter arguing with a lawyer over a huge brawl that broke out over a year ago. Sammy Guevara and Andrade got into a physical altercation as well. Eddie Kingston, remember supposedly he pie-faced Sammy Guevara. They got in a little scuffle backstage. Apparently AEW is the safest place in the world. I don't know about that. But he completely avoided the question. That will only make things worse. Now, I understand there are certain questions that are asked for legal reasons. He may not be able to talk about it. And it gets very tiresome after a while to hear the same answer. I'd like to answer that, but I can't. Legally, I can't. But thank you for answering that. Thank you for asking that question. I appreciate that very much. Watch Rampage. I get that in some respects. But then there are questions that are very straightforward that should be able to be answered. And he wouldn't do it. And all that's going to do is make people even more suspicious. And they're going to wonder, what's going on here? Why can't he answer a simple question? Was he or was he not ever under investigation? It's a simple yes or no. He didn't want to answer that question. So this is not a story that's going to go away anytime soon. This story is going to continue to linger until somebody says something, because people aren't going to let this go. You heard the Boo Birds come out at the Nassau Coliseum last night. I would expect that to continue for a little while longer. I know wrestling fans sometimes can have short memories, right? There were still plenty of people singing his song last night. But you look at Jericho in the ring when he was being booed, as the match went on, the boos were more and more, and you look at the look on his face, it had to be killing him on the inside, because Jericho, he loves coming out there. Everybody sings his song and everybody cheers for him, right? He loves it. He lives for that shit. And he had to stand out there, and he was the only man on his team to get booed. That's not going to stop. So there's a very easy way for them to shut this down, and it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that. But as far as this whole story goes, we just have to wait and see. Because again, all we have to go on right now are some tweets and an emoji. That's it. And there's really nothing else to say about it. But through their own actions, these are unforced errors that they're making. And just think, if Chris Jericho had kept his mouth shut and had slept in on Christmas morning, all of this would have been avoided. If he didn't get into it with Stephen P. New, Nick Hausman never would have tweeted to him what he tweeted to him, and this wouldn't be a story right now. Chris Jericho did it to himself. That answer that Tony Khan gave last night, that's not going to help matters. So we'll wait and see where this goes. But MJF, yet again, heading into a big moment in his career, overshadowed by bullshit. I'm starting to think he really is cursed. Maybe not Von Erich cursed, but this poor guy. Where are we? We got a little over an hour to go. Little over an hour to go until midnight. We got 1750 in here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me here on New Year's Eve. Speak of the devil, there he is right there. Hey, El Wayish just subscribed. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, by the way. We picked up a bunch of new subscribers over the past 24 hours. I thank you for that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Before I move on here, we got so much to get into here. But before I get into all of this other stuff, let me just start knocking out some of your super chats here. Hey, the Winston Slip. Thank you for the $2. Wants to know one 2023 highlight and one change that I would make for AEW in 2024. I think I just told you one. Give better answers at your media scrums. And honestly, do a better job in some of these markets with your local promotion. I think that would go a long way towards boosting ticket sales in some of these markets. The highlight of 2023 was the end of Vince McMahon's reign in WWE as the head of creative. The stranglehold that he had on creative is over. It is done. Speaking of done, I'm going to be getting to him here in a second. Jamie Dorsch. Hey, Jamie is the one who gifted, I think, 10 memberships earlier and dropped a $20 super chat here. Jamie says, Happy New Year, Solo. Happy New Year to you as well, Jamie. One question I kept forgetting to ask this year. What happened to Teddy Hart? Years ago, before NXT, I heard they tried a Hart family faction in developmental, but it never went anywhere. I don't know about in developmental. I know there was a Hart family faction in MLW. And Teddy Hart was in there. Brian Pillman Jr. was in there. Davey Boy Smith Jr. was part of that as well. And it seemed to be, he seemed to be doing well for a while. But Teddy Hart just continues to be a fuck up. I mean, that's pretty much it. He got arrested again over the summer for, I think it was drug possession. I don't even know. I can't even tell you right now. There might be a Twitter account set up. Is Teddy Hart in jail? Yes or no? I should go ahead and follow the account. I can't keep track. I don't know if he's behind bars or not. I know he was arrested again many months ago. This has been the story of his life. He just keeps getting into problems with the law. It's a shame. I think he'll end up as one of those what ifs. What if he got his head on straight? Would he have, become a big star in the business? We'll never know. He was very talented. But unfortunately, his story is one that I think is a cautionary tale for a lot of people. He will go down as one of the what-if stories in wrestling history. It's too bad. And Brother Fluff Salisbury, Happy New Year, Solo. 2023 will always be remembered as the year that the world discovered that you have legs. I do, yes. MJF was shocked when he saw me. You have legs. He always thought I was, again, from the chest up. Like I just dragged my carcass across the floor. I take my arms and I just got to push myself across the floor. Like a bloody torso. Like a fucking bloody torso just drifting across the floor. I do, in fact, have legs. The better question is, do I have pants? That I can't answer. I'm going to have to give you a no comment on that. All right, we'll get to more of your super chats here in a little bit, so get them on in. Hey, Bobby's World, thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Let's talk very quickly here before I get into the WWE stuff. Let's talk about this, because this got a lot of people talking today. This was coming out of World's End last night. We have a new AEW World Champion, and we now know the Devil. The Devil is Adam Cole. And I said the number one goal for Tony Khan going into last night's show, reveal who the Devil is so we can move on with this storyline. Could not drag this thing out any longer. So we did get the Devil reveal. The finish of the match has been a subject of debate all day long. It was very sudden. The fans looked confused. They didn't believe it. But that was the idea. If MJF had won that match, damn well that people today would be bitching about the fact that, he beat Samoa Joe with one arm. The way that he beat Jay White with one leg. Now he beat Samoa Joe with one arm. But what made it confusing, given what happened later on, is that Adam Cole was right there at ringside, and outside of fumbling around a little bit, looking for the Dynamite Diamond ring when MJF asked for it, he didn't do anything to actually cost him the match and make absolutely certain that he did not leave with that AEW World title. Now, my guess is that that was meant to be him screwing over MJF. Just him fumbling around, taking that little bit of extra time, looking for the ring. That was the whole point. Like, that's kind of the way he screwed him over. It just didn't come off that well. The whole thing with the Devil last Wednesday, pleasure doing business with you. Right? That was the message to Samoa Joe. Pleasure doing business with you. To get the Ring of Honor World Tag Team titles on the Kingdom. Matt Taven and Mike Bennett. Does Joe have any business with these guys beyond that? I don't know. Because Cole and his minions here, they did nothing during the match, again, beyond what I just mentioned, to actually cost him the title. So did they or did they not want MJF to lose the championship? I guess that was the whole goal all along. Adam Cole didn't care about getting the belt from him. He just wanted him to lose it. He just wanted him to suffer. He wanted to embarrass him. That's the only logical way to look at it. Otherwise, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But Joe put him out clean in the middle of the ring with a sleeper hold, and that puts Joe over like a killer. So I do like that aspect of it. But Cole is the Devil. I mean, look, that just makes sense. It's the most obvious answer. Just because something seems obvious doesn't mean that it's a bad way to go. And there were hints along the way. If you remember, there was an episode of Dynamite, probably a couple months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, where Adam Cole was on the show. He was sitting in a chair in the ring while MJF was cutting a promo, and the lights went out. And we got a Devil appearance up on the big screen. And remember, I made a comment to you. Cole had his hand in his pocket when the lights came back on. It was almost as if he put his hand in his pocket and pushed a button. And that's when the lights went out and we got the Devil message on the screen. I said, it's almost as if he's the one who initiated it. And then, of course, the whole aspect of him telling MJF, you should accept Samoa Joe's offer. He'll watch your back so long as you give him a shot at the championship. Go back to All In after Wembley. They're sitting in the back together. And on Cole's side of the locker room, in the background behind him, the Devil mask was hanging up on the wall. So, yes, it was the most obvious choice, but they left little clues and hints for us the entire way. And I think people just said, well, it would be too obvious. So maybe it's just to throw us off the scent and it's going to be somebody else. In the end, they went with the obvious choice. Some people don't like that. They thought it should be a swerve. I didn't think it had to be a swerve. They gave us the hints. It was right in front of our face. And it made sense. He lost at Wembley Stadium. He can't believe that he lost to this guy. He wanted to seek revenge. So he got together with all these people. Wardlow wanted revenge too, so they all came together for a common cause. And so at least the idea of those guys, being together in this faction, at least that aspect of it makes sense. What it really was, if you stop and think about it, we got a slow burn double turn. The beginning of all this, Adam Cole was a babyface and MJF was a heel. And then he slowly brought MJF over to his side, and MJF opened himself up, and he started to actually trust people, and oh my God, I actually have friends. And he became a babyface. And now Adam Cole is the heel. So we got a double turn. Now, it was a double turn over a period of about 4 or 5 months, but that's really what we got. So we'll see. MJF, he's going to be taking some time off. He's going to be healing up. He's got some injuries. I don't know how long he'll be out for. It could be a month. It could be 3 months, 4 months. I don't think that taking time off is a bad idea, frankly. I think it might help freshen him up a little bit. He comes back maybe with a harder edge. A lot of people were getting very tired of babyface MJF with the kangaroo kick. It was just a different side of him, which was nice to see. But then after a while, it's just like, what's he doing? Some of the stuff, it just was so cringy. It's like, it took away all the aspects of him that people actually love to hate. That's what made him so fun to follow. Some people thought he was cool and just liked MJF anyway, but it was easy to hate this guy. Now it's just like he's doing things that make you go, eh. So I think it'll be good for him to get away for a while. He's not going to WWE. He'll heal up, he'll come back. And in the meantime, what is Adam Cole and Wardlow and the Kingdom going to do? Well, there are other people that they attacked, right? Hangman Page, I think, might have something to say about that. I think the Acclaimed might not be too happy that they got ambushed.
The amazing Gunther.
Right, Gunther's not happy.
Jerry Lawler loves Gunther, the Magnificent. All hail Gunther.
All hail the mighty Gunther and our friend Drew Johnson. Wishing a happy new year to me, and that is very, very nice of Drew. Drew, I wish you a very happy new year as well. Very happy 2024. Thank you for the $50 Gunther bomb. We are a little under an hour away, 54 minutes and change until 2024. So we'll keep track of that timeline here so we don't miss it. Keep checking back on that. But you know, just to wrap this up here, I think this is exactly the sort of thing that Wardlow needs. You and I both know that since Wardlow came back, he's been dead in the water. He's comes out there, he's powerbombing people and leaving, and that worked at the beginning with him, but now it's sad. It's sad to see where he was and where he is. So I think hitting the reset button with him, putting him in a faction like this is exactly what he needs. This will be the best thing for him. Hangman Page, I'm sure, is going to come back and he's going to have an issue with these guys because they put him through a windshield. So he's going to want to get revenge. I wouldn't be surprised if Roddy and the Kingdom ended up taking the trios titles from the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn. So there are things they can do. Adam Cole, as far as we know, he's still hurt. He's still going to be out for a while. So you're not going to get him back in the ring for a while. He was still hobbling in his walking boot last night. He could be out for another 6 months. We don't know. Is it possible they played up the severity of the injury? Yes, it's very possible. So instead of 6 months, maybe he'll be gone for 3. But he's not going to be able to do anything physical for a while. But you have these other people who can work with the Devil's crew in the meantime until MJF is ready to come back. Because honestly, I don't know, or I don't think, that we're going to get Cole and MJF in the ring again, probably until Wembley. And it may not be for the championship, it doesn't have to be. But it could be a while before we get that match. So in the meantime, you've got to find other people for them to work with. Samoa Joe. Who's his first defense going to be against? I happen to think that Darby Allin would be a fine choice because he could bounce Darby around the ring. Darby's a babyface that people like. But Darby is also involved in the Sting stuff right now. So I'm not sure they're going to want him to be next in line or first in line as far as challengers for Joe's title. Because Joe is kind of the wild card. Hangman Page could be an option, but I made the comment last night during the review, with Hangman, he got beat twice by Swerve Strickland. So you'd really have to kind of suspend your disbelief a little bit on that if wins and losses mean something in this company, that he beat Hangman twice and yet Hangman would get a world championship match before him. But there would be a storyline reason there potentially for him to maybe get the first shot, let Joe beat him. I would like to see Joe defend the title against Swerve, but you know what? I'd like to see Joe get a little bit of time with it. I don't necessarily want to see Joe get the belt taken away from him after a month or two. I'd hold off a little bit longer before you do Joe and Swerve. I don't think it has to be at Revolution. It could be at Revolution, but I think you could just as easily hold off on that until Double or Nothing. Joe at the Scrum last night was fantastic. I mean, he was cutting promos on guys. I mean, he talks shit so well. He's so fucking good at it. I'm so happy for him. A couple of years ago, man, he had that bad concussion. It looked like, maybe his time was coming to an end. WWE wasn't doing anything with him. He was at WrestleMania during a rainstorm at the commentary desk wearing a fucking condom. That fucking poncho he was wearing, he looked like a giant Samoan condom. His career was in jeopardy at that point. And now he's had this career resurgence. I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's getting this opportunity. I don't want the belt to be taken away from him so fast. Give him some time. We had Eddie Kingston. He was the winner of the Continental Classic, so he is the first Triple Crown winner in AEW. Adam Copeland and Christian, I thought they stole the show. I thought they had the best match of the night.
Wing!
More wings for Bobby's World. But we're serving up a lot of wings tonight, aren't we? And then we had Miro beating Andrade. Holy fucking shit. Whoa. Wow. That was Boots with a $500 super chat bomb that he just dropped on my head. No message. No message from Boots. Didn't even wish me a happy new year. I'm kidding. Boots, my God. Son of a bitch. $500. Look at this. He's embarrassing everybody else. What are you doing, Boots? Putting Boots to asses. That's right. Well, Boots, I wish you a very happy new year, and I thank you sincerely for that. That is a very kind gesture. He blew out everybody's ears, too, with the Cody Pyro Bomb on that one. Boots is getting his ABK on. Yeah, I would say so. He's showing ABK who's boss. Oh, man. Wow. Well, I have to gather, you know, it might be a good time with that super chat to up the ante a little bit here, because I have next to me a little bottle here.
It's the amazing Goonthar.
Oh, look who it is.
Jerry Lawler loves Goonthar the Magnificent. All hail Goonthar.
Drew Johnson, thank you for the $50 Goonthar bomb number 2. Before I get to you, though, a little bottle here of Jack, well, it's a little blurry, but Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey Whiskey. And I think it might be time for me to, what do you think? It's not midnight yet, but what the hell, right? Why not? In honor of Boots. There we go. Boots, this one's for you, brother. Oh, man. Oh. It's good shit. Hey, Drew Johnson says, we want Swerve Strickland. Give the people what they want. HBK GOAT forever. Oh, you're going to get Swerve Strickland. Believe me, you're going to be getting a lot of Swerve Strickland in 2024. Man, this shit is pretty good, I gotta say. Tennessee Honey Jack, right here. There you go. I was about to mention Andrade, because Andrade was in the news as well. And it started, I want to give credit to Wrestle Purists, because they were the ones who had the initial report that Andrade El Idolo is expected by many to finish up with AEW. Now, this is something they posted early yesterday, okay, well before World's End, earlier in the day. And they mentioned the fact that he was expected to be finishing up. Fightful chimed in on that after and said numerous sources indicated that Andrade made it clear this past Wednesday at Dynamite that he no longer wanted to be with the company, and he was planning on leaving. We are told that the situation surrounding his exit was less than pleasant, with some even saying a major disagreement had unfolded. WWE sources had been told by those close to Andrade that his deal would not be up at least until the spring, but many we spoke to in AEW expected his deal to be up imminently. So then he went out there and he had, I thought, what was a hell of a match with Miro last night. And he did the honors and he submitted in the camel clutch. And then we got our answer in the media scrum. One answer that we actually did get from Tony Khan, who brought up that Andrade's contract is up at the end of the year. Meaning in 45 minutes, Andrade El Idolo will be a free agent. Said his deal was up at the end of the year. And he mentioned that he wanted to put Andrade in a prominent position, but they could not come to an agreement. He said that if his loss to Miro was in fact the end for him in AEW, then Andrade would leave AEW on a high note. And I made that comment last night. I mean, I said, look, if this guy is leaving, the one thing you can't say is that AEW buried Andrade on his way out, which they could have done. They could have sent him out there and Miro could have beaten the shit out of him. He go, you're with my wife and he just murders this guy and beats him in 4 minutes. He didn't do that. They had a very competitive match. And not only did they have a competitive match, but the way they did the finish with CJ getting involved and costing Andrade the match, it's like the only reason he lost is because of her. So he went out on a high note, just like Tony Khan said. Tony Khan really put him over very strongly. So it seems like the split is amicable, despite what Fightful said. I'm sure there was some disagreement. I can believe that. But it looks like he's going out on a respectful note. And as far as where he may end up, well, Fightful had another report earlier this week that Triple H and WWE were trying to get a former WWE champion to appear on the day one episode of Monday Night Raw, which is now less than 24 hours away as I am streaming here tonight. And it just so happens that Andrade is a former United States champion. Triple H did something he never does. He went on Twitter and actually addressed the report. He didn't name Fightful specifically, but there were reports about this, and I don't know if he quote tweeted it or not, he may have, but he responded, and he never does that. And he wouldn't tell us anything, but he did say, you'll want to tune into Raw. So that was his way of basically confirming it and saying, you're probably going to want to tune into the show on Monday night. So if I were a betting man, I'll give you an early prediction before we get into the predictions later. Andrade is going to be on Raw tomorrow night, I do believe. And all I hope, if he shows up, is they let him keep his old music. So many people come back. Maybe they have their music the first night, like when Carlito showed up, right? That first night of Backlash, he had his old music and it was great. And then they give him new music. I don't know if Andrade's music was CFOs. It was probably CFOs. If it was CFOs, he'll probably have new music. His music was great. His old song. I'm going to be pissed if they change it. But he and Zelina Vega, they made a great combo. Zelina's on SmackDown. Just because he shows up on Raw, if he does, doesn't mean that he'll be a Raw guy. So we'll see. We'll see if he ends up being... But, again, him wanting to go back to WWE, look at the way that he was used the majority of his run in AEW. That coupled with the fact that his wife works for WWE, it's a no-brainer that he would want to go back and work for the company now that Triple H is in power. Like, all of the dominoes are all lined up for Andrade. His wife works there, Triple H is in power, and Triple H always did right by him in NXT. I can completely understand why he would want to go back. I would find a way to get him and Zelina back together. I thought they were a great combo together the first time. Let's play catch-up here before we pick up with this. On your Super Chats, where did we leave off here? My goodness, there's so many of them. Hey, Pete Dunn 25, thank you for the 5. Prince Vegeta with the $9.99. And Prince Vegeta. Oh my God. Oh, it's ABK with the Cody bomb. And you're not going to believe this, but ABK just dropped a $500 Super Chat bomb. Actually, to be specific, I got to be specific with the currency conversion. $494. But we'll round it up. So he's going tit for tat here.
Richie Rich over here dropping all this money on
with
me.
our old friend.
I just want you to know, I think you rock. I don't mean The Rock, A-Rock. You rock. And I just wanted you to know that.
Hey, Brian Becerra coming in with a $100 Super Chat. Bombs away. We go from ABK to Bryant. Back to back, just like that. I love it. Hey, ABK, I'm guessing it's already the new year where you are. Happy New Year to ABK. All the support that you've shown me over these past several months, man, it means the world to me. And hopefully you will stick around and join the streams in 2024. And Brian, my God, Brian's been listening to the podcast for I don't even know how many years. How many times have you won those replica belts in those contests too? Wrestle Rumble? He's probably got, he's like Ultimo Dragon. I could picture Bryan. He's got belts all over his arms. He's got them around his waist. Start calling you Ultimo Bryant here, but thank you very much. I may consider doing the main show on YouTube. You know what? I may have to. We may have to move the sound off here to YouTube. Showing me this kind of love. And you know what's weird too is that, you know, coming into this weekend, I really thought it was going to be, and I know very stupid of me, but I really thought it was going to be calm. I thought it was going to be relatively quiet. And okay, we got World's End, and then we have the New Year's stream. We'll kind of combine that. We'll do the live, you know, the main show live on YouTube. And then just news galore, you know, the Jericho stuff, the Kevin Dunn stuff, and then the Devil reveal last night. And then there was stuff about Andrade, and there was stuff about, oh, who's the other person? Mercedes, which I'm going to talk about. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. It's New Year's Eve. Why is there so much news? Why can't there be a little quiet period at the end of the year? But then you have a night like this, and it's like, you know what? It's not so bad. It's very stressful, but it's not so bad. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's what I always say. Hey, Evil John Cena, hello. LOL Vikings, uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Boots and ABK are the new Money Inc. I like that. Who's the $1 Million Man and who's IRS? Prince Vegeta, let me just mention his, because I was about to read his super chat. Was not part of the stream last night, so I got to say congrats to Samoa Joe on winning the AEW Championship. What a cool moment. He should have been a world champion in the Fed. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, my friend. And Jackie Fowler, I just want to say Happy New Year and keep up the good work. Here's my first ever buy, sell, rent on the best horror director, Wes Craven, John Carpenter, or David Cronenberg. Those are three very good choices. I'm a John Carpenter guy. He's my favorite. So I got to go John Carpenter. I'll buy on him. I will rent on Wes Craven, and I will sell on David Cronenberg. I love all three, but I would do it in that order. It's a very good question, though. Thank you. And the Yatagaratsu. Depending on what happens with this Jericho situation, what happens to Dark Side of the Ring? It'll be very amusing when Chris Jericho has to narrate the Chris Jericho episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Remember the Festival of Friendship on Raw when Jericho, you know, he got the gift and he looked at it and he said, wait, why is my name on this? That's going to be Chris Jericho when they hand him the script for the Chris Jericho episode. And Nick Grasso, who do you think will be the former WWE champion returning tomorrow night? I think it will be Andrade El Idolo. Or shall I say Andrade Cien Almas? Maybe he'll go back to his old name. First name John wants to know, says Happy New Year, wants to know how big is Batista's duck? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Batista's duck, so I can't say. Let's move on here. We'll pick up with your super chats here in a little bit. Batista, he's a duck man, huh? I didn't know Batista was a duck man.
With a tear in my eye.
Hey, Bender McSimpson, thank you for the 1992. Man, we got tons of fireworks outside. You know what? We got fireworks here too. I got fireworks ready also. That's for later. Look at that. Solomonster brings the effects. That's right. That's right. That's how we do things around here. Let's talk about Keith Lee real quick, because Keith Lee was supposed to wrestle Swerve. Everybody's talking about Swerve. He was supposed to wrestle Swerve a year after they were feuding. They were coming back to it. Finally going to have this big singles match. Unfortunately, Keith Lee was not medically cleared. And he posted earlier in the day and said, look, I got to be real with you guys. I have been working through an injury since Arthur Ashe Stadium in 2022. So not even this year, last year. It has been mostly well taken care of. Things have been worse since Final Battle. I'm trying to get through today for you guys, but I cannot promise you anything. And then Tony Khan tweeted, maybe an hour later, Keith Lee, he mentioned that Keith Lee was not medically cleared, and his tag team partner of late, Dustin Rhodes, wanted to step in his place, and so it would be Dustin one-on-one with Swerve on the pay-per-view instead. Hey, Rotten Hamburger, thank you for the sub. Don't eat that hamburger, please. I did that once. It was not a fun time. Solomonster had one bad hamburger, and I ended up hooked up to an IV bag. We won't get into the gory details. Tony Khan also spoke at the media scrum after the pay-per-view and said Keith Lee absolutely did want to wrestle. There is a process there, and it involves a doctor examining the wrestler every time before they go out to wrestle, but also keeping in touch with him during the week. Keith mentioned he got injured in his match of Final Battle. He had a great match with Shane Taylor, hard-hitting in Dallas. Then after that, Keith had gotten back in the ring and had a great match with Brian Cage. Did a great number on Collision. I love how he stuck that in there, too. It did a great rating on Collision. Keith, today, when he went in to see the doctor, his injury had gotten worse during the week. And really, it was worse than it was after the Shane Taylor match, and it was worse than it was after the Brian Cage match. The swelling had gone up, and the swelling being what it was, the doctor did not feel comfortable clearing him. And so that was the update on Keith Lee. So that's the first mention of there being swelling. So maybe it's a knee injury, because we don't know the nature of the injury. This is the first that we heard when Keith Lee put that tweet out. That was the first that we had heard anything about there being an injury that he has been working through now for over a year. And so swelling tells me it might be a knee injury, and the swelling was such that they would not clear him for the match. I think that if he's dealing with some kind of a nagging injury for over a year, dude, just take time off and let the injury heal. You don't owe us anything. You know, none of these guys do. I know it's that, you know, some of them have that attitude of, I got to perform for the fans. You know, I have a big match coming up and I got to work through the pain. And, you know, look, MJF did that. I interviewed MJF, you know, not even 2 weeks ago, and asked him about the torn labrum. And he told me about the EPCAT and all the treatment that he was doing for the shoulder. He couldn't even lift it above his head. But he had this big main event coming up in his hometown at World's End, and he wasn't going to miss it. And there are lots of wrestlers who have wrestled with torn labrums before. But if this is something he's been dealing with for over a year, dude, just take time off and let it heal. You know what I mean? I mean, 30, 40 years ago, you might not get paid if you didn't work. You don't have that issue now. And I just wish that some of these guys would take better care of themselves, because Keith Lee, the longer that this goes on for, it feels like he has been injured for the entirety of his run in this company. I mean, this guy almost died from COVID, managed to come back from that, and it just feels like it's just been one long injury period for him during his AEW run. I just want him to get better so he can have a proper run before his career is over. So, and also, I just think that this match is cursed. I think they just need to move on from this Swerve and Keith Lee stuff. This is clearly just never going to happen. With any luck, when Swerve eventually wins the AEW World Championship, at that point, maybe Keith Lee is all healed up and they can build him up. And maybe one day we'll get Swerve defending the title against Keith Lee in a championship match. But until then, you know what? I think it might just be best to move on here. It's always something. It's just time to, I think, just let sleeping dogs lie and just move on. Now let's talk about WWE. And before we do, once again, a quick check here. We're about half an hour away from midnight. So it is not quite 2024 yet here in New York. It might be where you are if you're just joining. We have people coming in and out. So I want to wish everybody a very happy new year. And if you are new here to the channel, please do subscribe. Enjoy your stay. A lot of content up on the channel, including an interview I did with MJF a couple of weeks ago. I have an Iron Claw movie review up as well on the channel. Last night, World's End review. Got a separate Chris Jericho video that went up a few hours ago. So go ahead and make sure you check all that content out. But right now, we have to talk about this man. Not the man that you see on the right, but the man that you see on the left. That man is Kevin Dunn. Kevin Dunn is done with WWE. I never thought I would see the day. I thought hell had frozen over when I read this news. You mean to tell me that in the same year that Vince McMahon was officially ousted from his post, that we also have Kevin Dunn leaving WWE? It almost seems too good to be true. But it is. Per PW Insider, Kevin Dunn, one of the most influential executives in WWE history, is leaving the company. And the story says that Dunn, who held the post of executive producer and chief global television distribution, the full title is executive producer and chief of global TV distribution, informed WWE around Christmas week that he was exiting after more than 3 decades with the company. It's actually closer to 4. He's worked for this company now for almost 40 years. We are told that a big factor in his decision to retire is changes made internally post-Endeavor acquisition, and as one source stated, that Dunn was, quote, never going to do anything that was dictated to him, as opposed to how he personally oversaw production in the past. We are told this was not an issue of creative, but 2 differing versions of how things should be run from a television production perspective, as WWE's new owner seeks to cut costs. Dunn's exit is not so much shocking as it has often been whispered over the years that he never intended to work for anyone other than Vince McMahon in WWE, and McMahon's power has greatly waned since the company was acquired. Still, his departure has massive ramifications, as Dunn, more than anybody not named McMahon or Levesque, was very much responsible for the vibe, feel, and production of the WWE product over the last several decades. From 1993 on, when the Monday Night Raw era began, Dunn was named executive producer for all programming, overseeing the style of production that has been the hallmark of what the casual fan believes professional wrestling should look and feel like. And it says here also that Dunn's DNA is very much embedded in WWE. Well, that's a horrible thought. Kevin Dunn's DNA he's all over WWE. You know what? Keep Kevin Dunn's DNA away from me. What a horrible thought. But it says Dunn's DNA is very much embedded in WWE programming for a number of reasons, the least of which is, and this is the story. For those of you who have never heard the story, this is the story of the Dunn family with WWE. And it goes like this. Dennis Dunn was involved with WWE or WWF programming all the way back to the early 1970s, after being tapped by Vincent J. McMahon to handle syndication and program production out of Baltimore. In a legendary story, Dennis Dunn was transporting WWF TV Masters following tapings in Pennsylvania when his car had problems leading to it ending up on fire. Dunn snatched the master tapes out of the car, rescuing them and the promotion from destruction. From that point on, it was considered internally that the Dunn family had a job for life if they wanted it. And so that was always the story, is that Kevin Dunn's father rescued a bunch of master tapes from a fire, and they were so grateful and so indebted to him that they basically had a job for life, that whole family. The father and his son had jobs for life in that company if they wanted it. And Kevin Dunn has been a part of this company now for 40 fucking years. All because of one car fire. What car was it? I want to know what kind of car it was, so I can write a nasty letter to the car manufacturer. Probably like a fucking Buick or something. Fucking Buick. But that's a legendary story that's been told for decades. Kevin Dunn first learned TV production from his father, came on board with the WWF in 1984. He was involved in the planning and production of the very first WrestleMania in 1985, and was there for the jump to pay-per-view. He was a strong proponent of the perspective that WWE was not professional wrestling, nor was it a sport, but it was a theatrical show with unique and different characters, unique and different from everything else out there on television. He was always Vince McMahon's number 2 in the company more than any other writer or booker or producer, and Dunn was always going to be who Vince leaned on and trusted, so his power never dissipated over the years. He has had a great deal of influence over this product for a very long time. Now, this is where the story gets kind of interesting. There are some who felt that Dunn was rash and rude at times, but in the post-Vince McMahon exit, Dunn's reputation softened among some in production circles, feeling it was a sign that as hard as Dunn was on them, it was probably a reflection on how hard McMahon was on him privately. The question now is who, if any one person, will replace him, especially since the person so many believed would be that person, Mike Mansouri, left WWE a few years ago and is now basically in the same position in AEW working for Tony Khan. As I said last night, Tony Khan better not get any ideas. Because Kevin Dunn is going to be a free agent in 25 minutes. Apparently, the company wanted him to stay on, maybe through the Rumble and WrestleMania. He wanted to make a clean break. He said, nope, I'm done. No pun intended. I'm done as of January 1st. So he will no longer be an employee of WWE in 25 minutes. Tony Khan, don't get any ideas. Mike Mansouri is just, he's on pins and needles right now. That's the whole reason he left. There was no upward mobility for him. Kevin Dunn, he thought was never going to leave. So he had to leave because he knew there was nowhere else for him to go. Now he's got the position he has in AEW. All of a sudden, Kevin Dunn is gone. Now, I have to assume he's been training his replacement or replacements. It probably won't be any one person who does his job. It may be a group of different people. So we'll see. But I wanted to bring this up because there was another story. And this was not on a wrestling website. And I feel like this story flew under the radar, but it's relevant to the conversation here. If you're an MMA fan, you probably heard of the website Bloody Elbow. It's been around for a number of years. There was a story on Bloody Elbow about 3 weeks ago. And it was titled, Dana White's Boss Has a Message for Team UFC and Team WWE. Mark Shapiro, you may have heard his name recently. He's the COO of Endeavor. Really, the two names that you'll hear mostly are Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro. Mark Shapiro was on a UBS, it was like a UBS media conference call a few weeks ago. There was some news that came out of it. This is from the story. Okay, now Shapiro spoke on that UBS call. This is from the story on the Bloody Elbow website. A major focus on cost cutting for TKO in 2024 is having Endeavor power both WWE and UFC production operations and analytics. Mr. Shapiro's comments were a stark reminder that Endeavor runs the shows and that TKO, for as much as a cash flow generator as it may be, remains a holding company. That is, an appendage to Ari Emanuel's real pride and joy. The first message of doom by Mr. Shapiro was a message loud and clear to the team at WWE. Endeavor AI runs the data operations now. For the meetings that we're having now on Raw, Endeavor is doing all the analytics for those meetings. Presentations, videos, sizzles, all the psychographics and data that these platforms are asking for in terms of how they can ultimately monetize our property. We're doing that inside of Endeavor, and it's allowed us, frankly, to wipe away the entire analytics group at WWE. There is none. They get it from Endeavor, and that's what UFC has been doing for a number of years. What Mr. Shapiro's comments reflect is an internal belief that Endeavor is so confident in their AI and analytics model that they almost view it as IBM's Watson. Any sort of job or problem or task that Endeavor has, just get rid of the human being and shove it over to their Watson. Mr. Shapiro fired a salvo towards Team WWE regarding their production operations. Under Vince McMahon, one man became synonymous with the entire production, Kevin Dunn. With a target of slashing $100 million in costs, Mr. Shapiro sent a rather clear message in Mr. Dunn's direction. And this is the quote. Just think of how many events we televise. We bring the show on the road. We bring trucks out to different cities, whether it's a cloud or it's cameras or it's tape machines, graphics, operators, stuff we can do. AI back at our headquarters in either Vegas or, Vegas is where UFC is based, or our Stanford production facility for WWE. There are a lot of production efficiencies. Even if our production chiefs want to tell me that there's not, frankly, I worked for ESPN for 12 years. I oversaw all production. I've been through all the song and dance with every producer who treats every tape machine and camera like it's his baby and doesn't want to give it up. We're here to improve margins. So we're going to scrutinize every dollar on the production end of every single one of these events, every single one of these telecasts, and we are going to realize substantial savings. So there are two things going on here. Number one, I think that as soon as he realized that Vince McMahon was truly out of power and he wasn't coming back to the same, level of influence that he once held in that company, he was as good as gone. But also, he's hearing this from basically his new boss. Okay, you could say Ari Emanuel ultimately is his ultimate boss. Mark Shapiro is somewhat above him as well. That was a pretty clear and direct message that the way things were done before, the way you might want to do things, that's not how we do things. We're going to do things the Endeavor way. See, and this is the sort of thing that happens when you have a merger, when you have an acquisition. I mean, he flat out said, we've wiped out the WWE analytics team. We want everything under the Endeavor umbrella. This is what they talked about pre-merger. There's going to be redundancy with departments. There's going to be redundancy with positions. We're going to eliminate them. We don't need them. We have our own. So Kevin Dunn is hearing this. It's our way or the highway. And he's like, you know what? You know how much money Kevin Dunn has made over the years? And every time they had like a stock dividend or something, his name is always there. Kevin Dunn, $5 million here, $7 million here. This guy doesn't have to work another day for the rest of his life. So Vince McMahon went away. He doesn't want to work for anybody else. He doesn't want to take direction from anybody else. He only knows one way. So he knew a long time ago that he was going to leave. This was not a sudden thing. We're only first hearing about it now, but I'm sure this is a decision that he made a long time ago. You know, him not wanting to be dictated to is absolutely part of it, I'm sure. But again, without Vince, he was as good as gone. And that really has always been the story, that one day if Vince McMahon was ever gone, Kevin Dunn would be the next to go, either by his own hand or by somebody else's. And Triple H and, Nick Khan in this case would bring in their own people. Now it'll be Endeavor. Endeavor will have a hand in that as well. But as far as, my thoughts on Kevin Dunn and the reputation that he has had over the years, there's been a lot of things said about Kevin Dunn over the years. And we know that Jon Moxley does not... Oh, no. We know... Bree Mode has interrupted the party here. Hey, Jacob Donnelly, thank you for the $25 Bree Mode. Your timing is impeccable. What I was going to say is we know what Jon Moxley thinks of Kevin Dunn.
Fuck Kevin Dunn.
That's right. He is not very fond of Kevin Dunn. But he is not the only one. There are a lot of other people who have had some not so great things to say about him. Jim Cornette hates his guts. Any opportunity he gets in any shoot interview that he has ever done, Jim Cornette will always tell a story about Kevin Dunn and being in meetings with Kevin Dunn. There's one time he made Kevin Dunn cry. And then he had to meet with him and apologize. And Kevin Dunn was giving him his whole life story about, when he used to get bullied and picked on as a kid. And, because Cornette would make fun of him in these meetings. Because there was one famous meeting where Kevin Dunn made a comment. And he told Cornette, he goes, Jim, I find you tiresome. And Jim Cornette went off on him and said, well, you listen here, you Bucky Beaver motherfucker. And he just went off on him and he made him cry. He has no love lost for Kevin Dunn. And Jim Cornette has also said that Kevin Dunn is responsible for hundreds, in his words, hundreds of talented wrestlers who were never given opportunities that they may have otherwise been given. You know, some people may not realize the level of influence that this man had as Vince McMahon's right-hand man. Freddie Prinze Jr. was a writer for the company. Freddie Prinze Jr. said you could be in a production meeting and you could be pitching a storyline, a 6-week, 6-month long storyline for a wrestler. And all it would take is one comment from Kevin Dunn saying, she's not pretty. Or, you know, she's not pretty enough, or he's not good looking enough. I mean, you know, Kevin Dunn, the arbiter of, physical attractiveness here. But here he is making all these decisions about who's attractive and what's sexy and appealing and all this kind of stuff. And that would be it. That would be it. 6 weeks worth or 6 months worth of storylines down the drain. Because he had Vince McMahon's ear. He can make decisions like that would impact creative and that would impact people's careers. Paul Bearer. Never heard a bad word said about Paul Bearer. Paul Bearer, too. He had not great things to say about Kevin Dunn in at least one shoot interview that he did as well. And I'm sure there are other people as well that I'm not thinking of. So I never met the man. But having heard these stories from people who were around him, who worked with him, and who had him in their ear sometimes, I think Jim Ross has told some stories as well. I don't particularly care for the guy, so I don't necessarily sit here and cry for the fact that Kevin Dunn is no longer going to be working for WWE. He also loves the sports entertainment stuff. You know, I mean, he and Vince McMahon, they're one and the same. His vision for what wrestling should be is what Vince McMahon's vision has always been. He hates wrestling. Kevin Dunn hates wrestling. There are people who have said that. He does not like wrestling. He likes WWE. The way that WWE does things is the way that wrestling should be. Pro wrestling, ugh, he hates it. Imagine working in a job for 40 years of your life and basically hating what it is that you are producing. Now, I mean, he loves specifically like the shows that he's producing, but at its core, WWE is and will always be professional wrestling. But to think that it's a dirty word and, oh no, we don't do that, or I hate that, or that's, Southern wrestling, or whatever their viewpoint of it is. I mean, how sad is that, right? You work at something for 40 years and you fucking hate it? That doesn't make any sense. So looking at for all of the iconic shots that you could maybe credit to him that he oversaw or maybe he was responsible for, because there's a lot of people in the production truck. It's not just Kevin Dunn. But if Kevin Dunn is sort of overseeing the entire thing, you could give him credit for a lot of things, right? The shot of Hogan slamming Andrade and the shot of Steve Austin in the sharpshooter at WrestleMania with blood pouring down his face. And what I used to love when I was a kid. And they really did this more back in the 90s. They don't do it so much today, and I don't know why. But if you were watching then, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There could be like a WrestleMania. And you would have a cameraman who was positioned at ringside and had the camera aimed at the front row. And the cameraman would start running or speed walking with the camera down the aisleway, and he would get there just as the person was coming through the curtain, right? There were shots like that I go back and I watch some of these old shows and I'm like, they could learn a thing or two by going back and looking at their own productions from 30 years ago. Like, how come we don't get shots like that anymore? No, now they're obsessed with graphics and 3D graphics and a gigantic 10-foot tall Roman Reigns and a snake slithering on the screen when Randy Orton comes out, right? They love their 3D graphics. But there are things like that Kevin Dunn was responsible for, and he was part of that, and I think that's great. And look, I grew up a wrestling fan right around the time that he started working for the company. So I grew up as a fan thinking this is what wrestling is, that this is what wrestling is supposed to look like, right? I and a lot of other people watching WWF back then. And he's responsible for a lot of that. So, I give the devil his due. But for all of that stuff, you also think about when AJ Styles debuted at the Royal Rumble and we had to stare at Roman Reigns for 30 seconds. You think of when Edge came back in 2020 at the Royal Rumble and that very first spear, The first spear in an actual match that he hit in almost a decade. He hit it on Dolph Ziggler as he got in the ring. And what were we looking at? We were looking at people in the crowd. We were looking at people in the crowd who were watching the actual spear. So bad was it that Dolph Ziggler went on Twitter. He went on social media when that show was over and was basically begging people, hey, if anybody has any footage of me taking the spear from Edge, send it my way. I'd love to see it. How do you miss that? How do you miss something like that? I still don't know how that happened. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But again, I'll give the devil his due. You take the good with the bad, right? There was a combination of both. My view is this. WWE television has been the same for years and years and years. And it's very polished. It's almost too polished, frankly. Very polished, and it looks great, and it's well lit. And there are a lot of aspects of WWE production that I think are great. And I'm not saying that just because he's leaving, they should just abandon all of that. But it's not a bad thing when you have one person who has a certain vision of what the product should be and what the show should look like. And now he's going away after 4 decades. You know what? It's not such a bad thing to get somebody new in there who might have some different ideas about how to do things and about the way things ought to look. I'm not expecting there to be wholesale changes or anything to the way that the WWE programming looks like, but I would expect there to be some significant changes. And look, Triple H, is he going to want more of a sports-based presentation? Kevin Dunn didn't want that. He didn't want a traditional sports-based presentation. Are there elements of a sports-based presentation maybe that begin to creep their way into WWE programming? One thing I'll tell you what I will not miss, and it may not go away. It may not go away just because Kevin Dunn does, but it's the over-reliance on shaky cam. And I know why they started doing it, because, there's certain things, beatdowns or whatever, you want to make it look really chaotic. They started around the time, I think it was more so when The Shield debuted, is really when they started to go overboard with it. But there have been shows over the years, my God, if you go back, it's unwatchable. There are times where I will get physically ill watching WWE programming, less so today. But there were times where I would just have to look away because it was just so jarring. Like, just show the action. Just show me what is going on. But they give these directives to the cameramen, and they get caught sometimes. There are people in the crowd filming the camera people, and they're holding the camera, and they're going like this. They're going like this. Like they're fucking Jey Uso. That's basically it. When Jey Uso gets on the turnbuckles and does his whole thing, that's how the WWE cameramen work. Imagine having the camera in your hand and going like this. Now imagine having to sit there and watch that on television. You need to watch these shows with a bucket sitting next to you. That's something I would like to see less of. That's something I would like to see go away. Let that go the way of the woolly mammoth. If that's the one thing that comes out of Kevin Dunn leaving this company, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. But it'll be good to get some new blood. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a different feel, a little bit of a different vibe now to WWE programming. We'll see. All right, we're 6 minutes away. We're getting close. We are getting close here to midnight. It is New Year's Eve. I want to thank you for hanging out with me here on a New Year's Eve. Yeah, bucket. I got a bucket. I got a bucket in the bathroom. Let me tell you, it was bad there for a while. There was a period of time where the shaky cam was out of control. Out of control. Some people have motion sickness, like legitimately. There are certain shots where it will have that effect on you. Case in point, one of my favorite movies, Cloverfield. I just watched it for the first time in years recently. And I had forgotten that when I first went to the movie theater in 2008, when the movie came out, if you remember, I used to, in the early days of doing these streams, I had a Cloverfield poster on the wall right behind me over my shoulder. The movie poster. But I had forgotten that when I went to go see the movie, originally, in the middle of the movie, I started to get sick. And I couldn't understand why, because it's a found footage movie and there's a lot of shaky cam in the movie. And I had to close my eyes, and just 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the movie, I just was listening just to make sure that nothing bad happened. But I loved the movie so much, I went back to see it again. This time I went out, I bought Dramamine pills for motion sickness. I took a pill, 30 minutes later, watched the movie, I was fine. Well, I forgot about that. So I was watching Cloverfield in 4K, and I swear the monster had not even showed up yet. So we were not even 15 minutes into this movie, and I started to feel a little woozy, and I said, "Oh shit, I forgot." So I paused the movie, and I ran out, and I went to CVS, and I bought a box of Dramamine, and I took a pill, and I waited maybe 15 minutes, and I watched the movie, and I was okay. Some people are like that. You know, that's just, some people can tolerate it, some people can't. I can't explain it. I don't know. It has something to do with the eyes, I guess. I don't know. So, I agree with John Moxley. If he's the man ultimately responsible for it, fuck Kevin Dunn. Let him take a shaky cam with him. I want to get into this other news here, but we got 4 minutes left. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Let me take that off here for a second. And let's go ahead and just take a look at some more Super Chats here. Again, we're less than 5 minutes away from ringing in 2024. I'll have to have a little more of my honey whiskey here. Only had a little bit of it, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. Let me know, by the way, in the chat, because I know we have people that are in the chat from all over the world. Not just the country, but all over the world. So let me know where you guys are from and where you are ringing in the new year. Maybe it's already 2024 where you are. I want to hear from you guys, so let me know. Let's see here. We have got Tay the Savior with the $9.99. Happy New Year, Solomonster. One question. Do you see Mercedes landing in WWE, AEW, TNA, New Japan, or Stardom in 2024? I am going to wait until we do predictions later in the stream, and I'll give you your answer then. Because we are doing predictions tonight for 2024. Matt, 2112, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much for the $19.99. Oh boy, we got wait, hold on a second. We got all these states. Kentucky, Ohio, Minneapolis, Miami, Hawaii, lucky you. Liverpool, England, Nashville, Tennessee, Ann Arbor, Michigan, London, England. Man, we got people from all over the world. Vancouver's still waiting for a WrestleMania. They've been waiting for a long time for a WrestleMania. Arkansas, North Carolina, Fort Worth, Chicago, man. We are worldwide. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning until the new year. Hey, the Juliet says, should and will Vince show up at WrestleMania 40? No. Brian Pissarra got my Jack with honey and Coors Light. Happy New Year, Solomonster. Happy New Year again, Bryant. He dropped a $45 super chat as well. Retro KOH with the $4, already 10:20 in the morning for me. This was 2 hours ago. So Happy New Year to you as well. Uncanny EXP, here's to a new year. Yes, indeed. Rob G, Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much. Edwin Garcia with the $5. Happy New Year to you. Oz and Glorious, my boy Oz. May the new year bring you many blessings. Look at this. Saginaw, Michigan, Kansas City, Missouri, San Antonio, Texas, Miami-Dade County. Corey Hodgson, hope you have a great new year. I will be listening. I hope so. Thank you, Corey. Food Hive. What's going on, Food Hive? All right, we're under a minute away. Let me get my beverage ready here. As we put an end to this year, which has been great in some ways and in other ways, not so great. Lost a lot of people in the wrestling world this year as well, so hopefully we can turn the page on this year and have a better 2024. So we are 35 seconds away. Hey, Kiddo Hudson says, love the content. You inspire me to do the same. Happy New Year. Well, that's very cool. That's very cool. Whatever it is that you want to do, you put your mind to it, man, you can do anything. All right, here we go. 15 seconds. As we count down, we got the 10-second call. We got 5, we got 4, we got 3, we got 2. Happy New Year and happy 2024 to each and every single one of you guys. It is officially January 1st, 2024. You are just joining. I am the Solomonster. This is a very special, rare episode of the proper Solomonster Sounds Off podcast. This is episode 841 here on YouTube. Normally it's audio only, but we brought it to YouTube here tonight. I am very happy that you are spending part of your new year with me. We have been hanging out here for the past 2 hours. And we're going to be here for a while yet because we got a lot of news yet to cover, and we're going to be doing predictions for 2024. So if you got any super chats you want to send in, make sure you get those on in. I will make sure I get to them. I will not leave you until I go through every single one of them. And perhaps we will even do some Be the Booker later. I don't know. You know, I didn't even bother to check the likes. Let's see where we are here. Where are we? 625 likes, man. You guys have gone beast tonight. I love it. Can we hit 750? What do you guys think? Can we hit 750 likes here on this stream? All right, let's lower that, because we got some more news to get back to here. This is now the second half of our New Year's celebration. Got a lot more left to go. Let's talk about Mercedes. Somebody asked me a moment ago about Mercedes Mone, so let's talk about Mercedes. Hey, Ahmed, I am hoping that Samoa Joe is not just a transitional champion. If he holds it until Double or Nothing, that wouldn't make him a transitional champion, really, I don't think. I mean, that's enough time. I mean, if he turned around and lost it at Revolution, I would call him a transitional champion. If he holds it until Double or Nothing, that's a solid 5 months. I mean, can you really call him transitional at that point? I mean, I guess in a way he would be, but yeah, I hope he gets some time with it. I'd like to see Joe get a proper run with the title. No, Dick Clark, not anymore. I'm your Dick Clark now. I'm your Dick. I'm the new Dick around here. So go ahead and clip that. I'll take over for Dick Clark from now on. That Ryan Seacrest guy. Fuck that guy. So there was a recent report about Charlotte Flair re-signing with WWE. And supposedly she has signed for more money than almost any other woman in the history of the company. And I think that was pretty much the language of the report, that it was, a near record deal, but not quite the record. And if that's the case, then the only other woman who would have signed for more money or been paid more would be Ronda Rousey. So my guess is Ronda Rousey is at number 1. Charlotte Flair, if not 1, would be at number 2. So that was a report recently. And then we got a report over the past week, an update on Mercedes. And Mercedes apparently had discussions with WWE, and those discussions have come to an end. Supposedly because they could not or would not, I mean they could, but allegedly they would not meet her asking price. So she was said to be asking for even more money than what they had given to Charlotte Flair. This is the report from Sean Ross Sapp. Top free agent Mercedes Mone and WWE had been engaged in conversations to possibly bring her back to the company. However, WWE sources stated to Fightful on Friday night that the two sides are no longer in active negotiations regarding a return. The two sides had recently been engaged in a conversation about a return. We are told the dialogue was friendly. The back and forth, though, failed to progress, and WWE sources claimed their sides walked as a result. Another source within the company believed that she would end up appearing elsewhere imminently, but did not share where that would be. AEW has their World's End show on Saturday. New Japan has Wrestle Kingdom next week. As of August, Fightful was told there was a working plan for Mercedes to come into AEW. However, as of early December, that particular plan was not happening. First thing I will say is this. After what we saw with CM Punk at Survivor Series, we all need to be very leery of these reports and what these people are being told. Because it's entirely possible that these people are being misdirected. Right? The CM Punk thing came out of nowhere for a lot of people. It looked like CM Punk was not talking to WWE, and then all of a sudden there he was in Chicago at Survivor Series. So take all of these reports with a grain of salt when you read them. Even from sources that are generally reliable, because again, it's possible they could be fed bad information, and the Judgment Day has given us our first interruption of the new year. The fucking Judgment Day. Deontay Soignier, thank you for the $32 super chat drop. The Judgment Day did not even wait a full 10 minutes into the new year to interrupt me. Is this what we're going to be in for in 2024? So that being said, because we have the Royal Rumble coming up, right? You hear these reports and then boom, there she is in the Women's Royal Rumble match. It's very possible. I still stand by what I said last week on the show, which is that if Mercedes went to WWE and Mercedes wanted more money than what Charlotte, and I'm not saying she went to them and said, pay me more than Charlotte Flair, but the amount of money that she was asking for happened to be more than what WWE is paying for Charlotte. Good for her. She knows what she feels she's worth. She's not going to take any less. This is my asking price. Take it or leave it. Evidently, WWE, they left. They left on amicable terms, but they stepped away from the table. You know what? If that's the case, she's not going to have a difficult time finding work somewhere else. Whether that's AEW, whether that's with Bushy Road and she does more stuff in Japan, or with somebody else. Ultimately, I do think she'll end up there anyway. I think that's going to be the ultimate, sort of end game here regardless. But if that's what she feels that she's worth, who's to say that she's wrong for asking for that amount of money? I mean, it looks like Endeavor is throwing around money to a lot of people lately. They've been re-signing a whole bunch of different people. Cody Rhodes has re-signed. Bailey has there were two other people. Oh, it was Rey and Dominic. Rey and Dominic Mysterio have re-signed. Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch and Drew McIntyre, and I think Sheamus as well, all have contracts coming up in 2024. I would expect all of them to re-sign and stay with WWE. If I had to pick one from that group of four that I just named that I think would be the likeliest to leave and maybe go to AEW, I could see Sheamus leaving. But I still don't think he's going to. I think all of those names will be given pay raises and they will stay in WWE. So look, good on Mercedes. If she feels like she's worth X amount of money, then let her ask for it. And if the reality is that no one else is willing to pay her fee, and she comes to the realization that she's not going to get that amount of money, then she'll go back to WWE and she'll accept a lower deal. And she'll still get paid very well, but it won't be for... It's like, you're not going to start low in a negotiation and then work your way up, right? You start high, and then if anything, you work your way down a little bit. That's how negotiations go. I don't fault her for that. Good for her. I think she's worth it. But there's one interesting element to this. You know, people are thinking, well, that means she's going to go to AEW. I point to you, Scott D'Amore of TNA Wrestling, because as of 10 minutes ago, Impact is now officially back to being branded TNA Wrestling. The name change was not taking effect until the start of the new year. So Impact is dead. Long live TNA. Scott D'Amore made a very interesting comment recently. They have their Hard to Kill pay-per-view coming up. Scott D'Amore was on Busted Open Radio. He said, we're going to have some surprises for you. We are right there at the goal line of finalizing one of the biggest signings ever in TNA. I think it's something that is really going to shake things up here on January 13th. And just before that, he brought up the TNA acquisitions of Kurt Angle and Christian Cage, who were two huge free agent signings from WWE who went on to become world champion in the company. You take that in tandem with the fact that Trinity is the reigning Knockouts champion. Trinity is very good friends with Mercedes. Trinity and Mercedes walked out of WWE together. When Mercedes went to go make her debut at the Tokyo Dome earlier this year, Trinity flew to Japan to be there for her and to watch her debut. That's how close they are. And she happens to be the Knockouts champion at the moment in TNA. So, could Mercedes be the major acquisition that he is referring to there in that quote on Busted Open? Very possible. Just something to watch out for. Because he's really, he is talking this thing up. And I think, well, there were a lot of people in WWE who got released who now are free agents. You know, if you have someone like Dolph Ziggler, who's very talented, Dolph Ziggler being hyped up as the biggest acquisition or one of the biggest acquisitions in TNA history, I don't think most people are going to buy that. He's building it up like this is a major personality who's really going to make, no pun intended, who's going to make an impact. Mercedes would make a big impact if they got her. More so than Dolph or Mustafa Ali or Shelton Benjamin or any of those people who are very talented, but they don't have the same name that Sasha Banks did when she was in WWE. So just a little food for thought there when you're thinking about where she may end up going. We talked about the announcement or the rumor about Raw tomorrow night, the former champion. It probably is going to be Andrade showing up on Raw, so we'll see. I mentioned a moment ago about people that we lost in 2023 in the wrestling world. Unfortunately, before the year was over, there was one more formerly famous name. And there were actually more than one name. There was a young wrestler from the UK scene, Mad Kurt, I believe was his name. He was only 26, I believe, passed away. I don't know the circumstances behind it. They paid tribute to him on the pay-per-view last night. Eddie Kingston did as well. A very sad story. But there was also a former WWE personality who passed away this past week at the age of 76. He was at his restaurant in Japan when he collapsed, and that was Killer Khan. Collapsed at his restaurant. He was rushed to the hospital where he passed away from a ruptured artery. And, I started watching wrestling in 1987, which is when WWE brought him back to feud with Hulk Hogan. And I remember there being a Snake Pit segment in particular where Jake Roberts was interviewing Hogan, and Mr. Fuji brought out Killer Khan. And he brought him out there to confront him, and he misted Hogan in the face. And, he was the stereotypical Asian heel. He used the Asian mist. He used the Asiatic spike. So when you see Solo Sikoa today using the Samoan spike, and you see Shinsuke Nakamura blowing mist in people's faces, Killer Khan was doing that in the 70s and 80s. But long before that, long before his second run there in the late 80s, they brought him in to work with people like Andre the Giant and Bob Backlund. And his feud with Andre is what he's best known for. They were already feuding when Andre broke his ankle. That's another famous story. When Andre, broke his ankle, he was getting out of bed. Got out of bed. I guess he planted his foot the wrong way. He broke his ankle. Instead, what they did, instead of telling people that he broke his ankle getting out of bed, he worked a match. He must have had the ankle wrapped up, I guess, but he worked a match against Killer Khan because they were feuding. And they did an angle where Killer Khan broke his ankle because it's like, well, we may as well put the heat on him. That way, when Andre comes back, we've got a blood feud between these two, and Andre could come back and he could look to get revenge on Killer Khan. And so that's what they did. And when he came back, it heated up their feud in a big way, and they had a lot of main events together. At the end of 87 is when he came back and had that house show program with Hogan. They never wrestled on TV or, pay-per-view or anything like that. But he worked Hogan. He worked some matches with Randy Savage around the time that Savage went babyface towards the end of 87. And then he retired at the end of that year, and he moved back to Japan. So unfortunately, 2023 was not done yet. They had one more name to take, and I just wanted to read off the list. I did this last week, but the list of wrestlers that we lost in 2023, unfortunately, it was a long list, and there were some pretty prominent names on that list. And that list includes Jay Briscoe, Bray Wyatt, Superstar Billy Graham, the Iron Sheik, Terry Funk, Jerry Jarrett, Lanny Poffo, Bushwhacker Butch, Sheik Adnan Al-Kaisi, Darren Drozdov, Mantar, and now Killer Khan. Hopefully 2024 is more subdued. Now let's get to predictions. Because every year I do the annual prediction show on the Sound Off, and so this time we're doing it here on YouTube. I will also let you know that I have already recorded a video with my predictions for Wrestle Kingdom. Wrestle Kingdom 18 is coming up on Thursday, and I am going to be dropping that video maybe tomorrow, more likely on Tuesday, sometime in the next couple of days. There'll be a separate video. We're not doing that here, but there'll be a separate video running down the entire card. I got some thoughts on that with predictions for the show. So that will be coming, but not tonight. We're going to save that for a separate video. It'll be a YouTube exclusive. What I want to do here, and I do this every year, the first thing I do is I go back and I recap the predictions that I gave for 2023, in this case, the year before. What I got right and what I got wrong. Because I am nothing if not accountable. I don't shy away from the ones I got wrong. I got plenty of them right, but I also got plenty of them wrong. In fact, I think I went nearly 50-50 this year. So I just wanted to go through this quickly. This is what I predicted coming into this past year. I predicted that the WWE, I sound like Bret Hart now, the WWE, that's why I'm wearing a Bret Hart shirt here. I predicted that WWE would get a massive rights increase for its programming from NBC Universal that would see all WWE shows airing on their networks in 2024 and beyond, with SmackDown moving from Fox to NBC. And that having all of their content under the NBC Universal umbrella would eventually lead to them buying WWE. So I got this one mostly wrong. I was partially right. They did make a deal with NBC Universal to bring SmackDown over. So SmackDown is moving from Fox to USA Network later this year. But it's going to be on USA, not NBC. NXT, we know, is moving to the CW network. We don't know yet where Raw will end up, but very likely that Raw will not stay on USA. And of course, it was Endeavor and not Comcast NBC that acquired them. So that part I got wrong. I predicted that Stone Cold Steve Austin would be a surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble, and that he was not going to win, but it would set up a match for him at WrestleMania 39. He was not in the Royal Rumble, nor did he work a match at WrestleMania 39. It seems that he was content to go out against Kevin Owens in Dallas at 38, and you know what? I'm okay with that. I predicted that The Rock would not wrestle Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, but that Cody Rhodes would make his return, and Cody Rhodes would win the Royal Rumble, and he would be the man to take down the Tribal Chief at WrestleMania 39, and then Seth Rollins would be the man to take the title from Cody to avenge all of those losses to him in 2022. I was right about The Rock. I'm always right about The Rock. I will continue to be right about The Rock. The Rock is not going to wrestle Roman Reigns. Because if The Rock was going to wrestle Roman Reigns, he would have wrestled Roman Reigns last year. He didn't do it. It's not going to happen. Get over it. So I was right about The Rock. I was right about Cody coming back and winning the Royal Rumble and going to WrestleMania and challenging Roman Reigns. But he did not win the championship. I should have been right about that, but that's neither here nor there. We'll move on from that. I predicted that Sami Zayn would challenge Roman Reigns for the championship in Montreal at the Elimination Chamber after being excommunicated from the Bloodline, and that he would fall short, but he would go on to tag with Kevin Owens at WrestleMania, and together they would beat the Usos to win the undisputed tag team titles together for the first time. That one I nailed. And I didn't call that one 2 months before it happened. I called that shit like 4 or 5 months in advance. So that one, I nailed the bullseye on that. I predicted that Rhea Ripley would win the Women's Royal Rumble match, and then she would beat Bianca Belair at WrestleMania to win the Raw Women's title. I was half right. She did win the Royal Rumble, but she challenged Charlotte Flair instead. They had an excellent match. I predicted that Sheamus would finally win the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania. That did not happen. That made me very sad. I predicted that Ronda Rousey would wrestle her final match for WWE in 2023. So I got that one right. I predicted that Sasha Banks would wrestle again for WWE in 2023, but also for Stardom and for AEW. I said we were going to see her everywhere this past year, but ultimately WWE would offer her a ton of money to go back, and that is where she would end up going back to. I think I would have been right about that. If she didn't break her ankle against Willow, I think she would have gone on her little world tour and maybe signed some short-term deals and then would have ended up back in WWE. I feel like I would have been right about that. But now we'll never know because she broke her ankle. I predicted that Edge would wrestle his retirement match on a major show in Toronto and his final opponent would be Kevin Owens. That did not happen. I predicted that Matt Riddle would not last the year in WWE. He would be released due to all of his personal drama. Where's the, hold on a second here. I don't have it here. I was going to ring the Be the Booker bell. Did I get that right or did I get that right? It seemed predictable to me, but I got that one right. I predicted that Big E would be cleared to return from his broken neck. Unfortunately, that has not happened, and I don't know. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. I predicted that Mandy Rose would be back working for WWE, and Toxic Attraction as a trio would debut on the main roster. Honestly, I'm surprised that didn't happen. I'm still surprised. I predicted that WWE would bring back the King of the Ring and would debut a new Queen of the Ring tournament with Gunther becoming king and Bayley becoming queen. I think that was the plan. I think the plan was to bring back King of the Ring and do Queen of the Ring at the Saudi show that they did in May until they decided to create this new World Heavyweight Championship, and they had that tournament instead. So I think were it not for that, I think we would have probably had King of the Ring back this past year. But that did not happen. I predicted that LA Knight would hold the Intercontinental title or US title at some point during 2023. I think I'm going to end up being right about that, but I'm going to be delayed by a few months. I predicted the Street Profits would break up and Montez Ford would go heel as a singles act. Montez Ford did go heel, but unfortunately for him, he's still stuck in a tag team. And I say unfortunately because I don't get it. I mean, they had him in that U.S. title elimination chamber, and he seemed to, he was over, and he seemed to do really well. And then they just gave up on the idea of having Montez Ford as a single. And they put him right back in the Street Profits, and, they were a babyface team, and only fairly recently did they turn them heel. I liked them as a trio with Bobby Lashley, but it's just weird. It's like, it looked like they were getting him prepped for something. And then they just put him right back in his team. It's like they had second thoughts. I predicted that Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa would reunite their DIY team on the main roster and be tag team champions before the year was out. So I was half right. I predicted that Pat McAfee would have a match on pay-per-view with Corey Graves, which did not happen. I predicted that we would see Chelsea Green and Matt Cardona back in WWE. Both would return as surprise entrants in their respective Royal Rumbles, which Chelsea did. I was half right. I predicted that Nick Aldis would finally sign with WWE. Nailed that one. I predicted that Batista, William Regal, Lex Luger, Mickie James, and the Great Muta would be among the names inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, and that Andy Kaufman would be the celebrity inductee this past year. Muta did go in, and Andy Kaufman was the celebrity inductee. I predicted Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, Trick Williams, Grayson Waller, Cameron Grimes, Pretty Deadly, Katana Chance, and Caden Carter would all get call-ups to the main roster. And the majority of them did. I think Bron and Trick Williams didn't. Pretty much every other one of them did. And I don't think Melo is up permanently yet, but we did just see him on SmackDown for a few weeks. I predicted that Tiffany Stratton would be the NXT Women's Champion, taking the title from Roxanne Perez. She did win the title, but she beat Lyra Valkyria when the title was vacated, when Indy Hartwell suffered an injury. So those were my WWE predictions for last year. Not too bad. Not too bad. And then these are the AEW ones. I predicted that CM Punk and AEW would officially part ways in 2023, and that Punk would not wrestle a match for either AEW or WWE at all in 2023. I got this one mostly right. I didn't think Punk was going to be brought back after Brawl Out. I thought ultimately Tony Khan would decide that, you know what, we can't bring you back. And instead he brought him back, and that lasted all of 2.5 months. So again, I was mostly right about that. He did come back to WWE, but he has not wrestled. Well, you know what? I'm wrong. Actually, I take that back. That part I got wrong because he wrestled Dominic Mysterio at Madison Square Garden. That's right. He wrestled Dominic at the house show at MSG, and he just wrestled him at the Kia Forum in LA last night. But I did get that part right, though, about him leaving AEW. I predicted that Kota Ibushi would wrestle in an AEW ring for the first time, but not as a member of the New Japan roster. He would be working as a free agent. That one I nailed. And since then, Ibushi has signed a contract with AEW. I predicted that MJF would not only sign a new long-term deal with AEW, which I completely believe he did, that he would start 2023 as the AEW World Champion, and he would end 2023 as the AEW World Champion. Samoa Joe screwed me over. That part of it I got wrong. I predicted that Adam Cole would return to the ring early in 2023 and would take the TNT title from Darby Allin after Darby won the belt back from Samoa Joe, which he did. That did happen. The rest of it I got wrong. I predicted that AEW and New Japan would partner to present its second Forbidden Door pay-per-view, headlined by Kenny Omega taking on Kazuchika Okada. And Stardom would be involved with the IWGP Women's Championship being defended. So that one I got completely wrong. I predicted that FTR and Andrade El Idolo would be out of AEW and back in WWE by year's end. It looks like I'm going to miss the mark on Andrade by 1 day. 1 fucking day. FTR, though, I got wrong. They signed new long-term deals to stay with AEW. I predicted that Jon Moxley would finally turn heel, which he did. I don't think he is anymore, but, you know, honestly, with the Blackpool Combat Club guys, with him and Danielson, they kind of waffle back and forth as needed, depending on who they're in the ring with. Like Danielson against Eddie Kingston on Dynamite on Wednesday, Danielson was being booed out of the building. So they kind of go back and forth. But Jon Moxley did turn heel. I predicted that Sting would wrestle his final match in 2023 in an AEW ring alongside Darby Allin, and on the other side of the ring would be Chris Jericho and Sammy Guevara. And that one is kind of eerie because there is a very good chance that will end up being Sting's final match at Revolution this year. But I predicted it for this past year. That did not happen. I predicted the House of Black would win the AEW Trios titles, which they did. I predicted Chris Statlander would return to take the TBS title from Jade Cargill and hand her her first defeat, which is exactly what happened. I predicted that Konosuke Takeshita would win the All-Atlantic Championship, which isn't even the All-Atlantic title anymore. It has a new name. You know, he didn't win it, but he really should have. He really should have. It would have been better than what they've had him doing over the past 4 months. Tell me that would not have been better than what they've had him doing over the past 4 months. And he's the first to bring gold into the Don Callis family. Instead, he's been hanging around on Rampage. I predicted that Ring of Honor would get its weekly television show early in the year on its Honor Club service, which it did. And by the end of 2023, it would be streaming on YouTube because Tony Khan would not be able to get a television deal for it. This one was mostly true. He did get the show on Honor Club, and the reason that he did not get a television deal is because he intentionally held the show back when CW had interest in it. Because apparently he thinks he could get it bundled with AEW with Warner Brothers Discovery. Otherwise, Ring of Honor may well be on the CW right now, because they wanted to meet with him to have a conversation about it last year. And he has since admitted that he politely, I don't know if he had the meeting with them or he declined the meeting, but he may have met with them, but he didn't have any interest in doing it. And last but not least, I thought that last year would be the year that Will Ospreay would finally win the G1 Climax. And instead that went to Tetsuya Naito instead. So, that's pretty close to 50%. Maybe a little bit less, but not terrible. Not terrible. Very middle of the road there. I will try to do better with my 2024 predictions. So let's get into them. These are my predictions for the wrestling world in 2024. And again, if you have predictions of your own, super chat it, live chat, let me hear you. These are mine. I predict that WWE will sign a rights deal for Monday Night Raw with Disney and will move the show from USA Network to the FX Network. Raw stays on Mondays, unfortunately at 3 hours, I know. I hate to say it, but I think it will stay 3 hours. And I think Raw will stay on Monday, because really Raw should stay on Monday. I mean, it's Monday Night Raw. How could it be on any other night but Monday? I think Raw stays on Monday, SmackDown moves to Tuesdays, and NXT moves to Thursdays. Meanwhile, I predict that AEW will sign a new deal for a healthy rights increase with Warner Brothers Discovery. And I'm going to say 3-year deal at double what they're currently being paid on their current contract. And the company will turn a profit for the first time in 2024. I predict that MJF will stay with AEW. Again, I think it's a given. I think he's already re-signed anyway. I think he's staying with AEW. And he is going to wrestle Adam Cole again at Wembley Stadium at All Out, but it'll be on the undercard. It will not be for the championship. I predict that Swerve Strickland will become the first black AEW World Heavyweight Champion in 2024. I think it's going to happen in Las Vegas at Double or Nothing when he beats Samoa Joe. And then Swerve will go on to Wembley Stadium in the main event to defend his title against Will Ospreay. I predict that Nigel McGuinness will also come out of retirement on that show and will wrestle Bryan Danielson. Speaking of Bryan Danielson has said that he plans on retiring as a full-time performer later this year, possibly after the Wembley show. And so he'll wrestle occasionally. He's never going to not wrestle. You know, he'll basically become a part-time performer at that point. I predict that after he does so, after he retires later this year as a full-time performer, Tony Khan will make Bryan Danielson the new president of Ring of Honor. Very much akin to Hiroshi Tanahashi being named the new president of New Japan this past week. I think Tony will give Bryan creative control over ROH, which frankly is something that Tony Khan does not need to be bothering with. He can let somebody else run the show there. He's got enough on his plate. I think he needs to focus all of his effort on AEW and AEW creative in 2024. And not by himself. I think he needs to have other people and voices, which he claims he does. But he's doing AEW, he's doing Ring of Honor, he's got Fulham, he's got this, he's got that. Bryan Danielson, let him run Ring of Honor. He already has a lot of faith and trust he puts in him to help on the creative end in AEW. So we know that that's something Bryan has already been helping him with. And once again, after Warner Brothers Discovery expresses no interest in a Ring of Honor television show, Tony Khan will re-engage with the CW, assuming they have no exclusivity with WWE. And I think Ring of Honor will end up on the CW network. I predict that CM Punk will win the Men's Royal Rumble in 2024, but will fall short in his quest to win the World Heavyweight title from Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. But then Damian Priest will cash in his Money in the Bank and will win the World Heavyweight Championship. I predict that Cody Rhodes will win the Elimination Chamber match when he does not win the Royal Rumble. He will win the Chamber. That will earn him a rematch against Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 40, and he will dethrone Roman Reigns, which he should have done last year, to become the WWE champion and finish his story. He will finish his fucking story, so I don't have to hear about this shit anymore. I'm as tired of hearing about the story as he is, because I know he's tired of it too. It's pretty much become a meme at this point. I predict that Bayley will win the Women's Royal Rumble, which will also feature a cameo from AJ Lee. Think we're going to get an AJ Lee return in the Rumble match? Hey, NYC Demon Diva's with us. Hey, Issa, Happy New Year to you as well. May you have a very, very pleasant 2024, even better than your 2023. Thank you very much. I predict that Mercedes Mone is going to be the big TNA surprise at their Hard to Kill pay-per-view in a couple of weeks that Scott D'Amore was talking about. I think she's going to spend a few months working there. She'll be wrestling her friend Trinity for the Knockouts Championship. Might even win it. But then ultimately, Mercedes is going to end up back in WWE. Meanwhile, this next prediction kind of ties in with this. We've heard a lot recently about Julia from Stardom. And Julia, even for the first time, she made comments this past week, and she indicated that she really is not done with Japan yet. She still has things she wants to accomplish in Japan and making women's wrestling in Japan even bigger. And without actually saying so, it sure sounded like she's going to probably stay in Japan and not sign with WWE. But on the Julia front, I believe that she is going to re-sign with Stardom. And I believe that we are going to get a match between Mercedes and Julia. Now, you might be asking yourself, how's that possible? If I think Mercedes is going to end up back in WWE and Julia is going to stay with Stardom, how could that be? Well, because I predict that WWE and Stardom are going to enter into something of a working relationship together. And I believe that after that happens, one of the aspects of that relationship will be Mercedes will be allowed to go to Japan and work a match against Julia on a Stardom show, even though she may well be working for WWE at that point. I think we're going to start to have the beginnings of some kind of a relationship here. I'm not saying we're getting a forbidden door the way that Tony Khan does it with New Japan, but I do think it is the changing of the guard in WWE. A lot of weird shit happened in 2023 that I never would have predicted. I think there's going to be a lot of other weird shit going on in 2024. That would be pretty far out. The idea that they would be working with Stardom and would have one of their talents go over there and work a match in Stardom, even today, it seems far-fetched. I think we're going to see it in 2024. Hey, never say never. Charlie Dempsey, okay, Regal's kid from NXT, he's in Japan right now, working for All Japan. Anything's possible. I predict that LA Knight is going to be the man to dethrone Logan Paul and win the United States Championship at WrestleMania. I predict that Nick Aldis is going to wrestle his first match in a WWE ring at WrestleMania, and his opponent will be Randy Orton. And before the year is up, I think Aldis is going to be back on the ring on a regular basis, and I think taking his place as the general manager of SmackDown will be William Regal, which will also allow William Regal, when we get to November, to be the man to go on television and make the announcement that War Games is coming back at Survivor Series. I can't do it the way he does it, but we're finally going to get Regal back on TV shouting War Games. I look forward to that. And it really only makes sense for him to do it if he's the GM. So that's kind of where that comes from. Ever since Regal went back to WWE, I figured him in an authority role like he had in NXT is the role that would have made the most sense. It's such a waste to have somebody like him who's such a great television personality not on TV. So I didn't know they were going to bring back the GMs, but I figured maybe they would kind of put him in the Adam Pearce role, where he's kind of like the de facto GM for the whole company, just so that we could have him shout War Games at some point. So I do think we're going to get that later this year. War Games. I predict that Gunther will win the World Heavyweight Championship at the Bash in Berlin later this summer, but only after dropping the Intercontinental title to Chad Gable. I predict that Ricky Starks will leave AEW and sign with WWE. I believe that Cody Rhodes will defend the WWE Championship against Randy Orton at SummerSlam, while Roman Reigns will have a match with Solo Sikoa. And Solo will beat him, officially putting a stake in the heart of the bloodline. I think they're going to hold off until WrestleMania the following year to do Roman Reigns and CM Punk. I predict that in Sting's final match at AEW Revolution, he and Darby Allin are going to challenge Chris Jericho and Sammy Guevara for the AEW Tag Team titles after Jericho and Sammy win the belts. And that Sting and Darby are going to win the titles. And Sting is going to be able to retire as a champion. And at that point, AEW is going to vacate the titles. They will have a tournament for those titles. And the winners of that tournament and your new AEW Tag Team Champions will be a reunited Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. I predict that with Sting gone, once he retires, at some point in 2024, Tony Khan is going to make a play for and sign Bill Goldberg, so that Goldberg can stop bitching about the fact that Vince McMahon fucked him over and he didn't get his retirement match. And Tony Khan will bring him in as an attraction, maybe even for Wembley, and will give Bill Goldberg his retirement match, so that we don't have to hear him crying about it anymore. I predict that Jamie Hayter will make her return to AEW. Well, I mean, she's going to return, obviously, but I predict that she will return to AEW, will not get back her women's world title until Wembley in August. She'll get her match, and she'll get her belt back at that point. Because even if she comes back in the next couple of months, they're obviously building towards Toni Storm and Mariah May. And so even if Jamie comes back in February or March, you know, when Chris Statlander came back, literally her first night back, she won the TBS title and beat Jade Cargill. With Jamie, you don't have to rush right into it. Build her back up a little bit. And Wembley would be a fine place to put the belt back on her. I don't think it happens before then. I predict that Kazuchika Okada will sign a deal to stay with New Japan Pro Wrestling. I did not say that Goldberg is going to wrestle Sting. Don't twist my words now. I said once Sting is gone, Tony Khan is going to look for that next big attraction. So he'll go from Sting's retirement to being able to promote Goldberg's retirement. I am not predicting Goldberg against Sting. Why do you want to see Sting die in the ring? You want to put him in there with Goldberg? What are you, crazy? Bret Hart will be texting Sting, don't do it, don't do it. And I said this in the mailbag several weeks ago. This is my final prediction here. Said this already in the mailbag a few weeks ago. I believe that Bray Wyatt will headline this year's WWE Hall of Fame class for 2024, and deservedly so. And he will be joined in this year's Hall of Fame class, it being in Philadelphia and all, by Paul Heyman, Lex Luger, Bam Bam Bigelow, Demolition, and the female inductee will be one of two. I can't decide which. The female inductee into the Hall of Fame will either be AJ Lee, since CM Punk came back, that opens the door for them to do something with her. Or I'm going to throw a name at you that maybe you're not thinking of, but I was a fan of her work, and she comes from that same era, and like AJ, she is a former Divas champion. In fact, she is a former 3-time Divas champion. If it's not AJ Lee, I predict that Eve Torres will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame next year. And there you go. Those are my predictions for 2024. Let me know what you think. Let me know what your predictions are. But there you go. There's your little window into the wrestling world in 2024. I got about half of them right last year. I'm hoping I could do better than half this year. If I could hit like 60%, I'll be pretty happy with that. So we'll see. Oh my goodness. There you go. All right. Let's see here. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I got so many messages from you now that I gotta catch up with here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. You guys got predictions. You guys got questions. You guys got all kinds of things you want to ask me. And we'll put the music on after, but let's see here. Let's see what you guys have to say here in 2024, even though a lot of these came in 2023, technically. Oh, man, let's see. All right, Allie, with the $3 super chat. Oh, by the way, yeah, Be the Booker. We'll probably do Be the Booker a little bit later. Again, I want to just say thank you to the people, especially the people who came in late. Thank you very much for all of your support this entire weekend, really, but the entirety of this past year, because this past year was the biggest year ever for the show. It was the biggest year ever for me here on the channel, and that does not happen without you. So hopefully we can have an even bigger year here in 2024. So I just wanted to say thank you. Allie says, been listening since the 300s with my 1 week run with a nickname, Nova Scotia Napalm. The show kept me in the loop during some bad WWE years. Well, Allie, thank you, man. 300, so, God, episode 300 takes us back to, what year would that have been? 2014, 2013, sometime around then? Lakers Pats, thoughts on Tony using cage match for feedback? Yeah, I don't think he should be doing that. I mean, if he wants to look on cage match, he can look on cage match, but he talks about this publicly quite a bit, and I don't think he should be doing that. I don't think he should be relying so heavily as he does on cage match. Johnny Franceschi, I can't even speak. Johnny Franceschi? I feel like I'm botching. Happy New Year. You tallied up your best matches of the year, but what would you say is your pick for worst match of the year? My worst match of 2023 would have to be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre death match on AEW television. What was it? Jeff Hardy and Jeff Jarrett? Was that the match? Whatever the Texas Chainsaw match was, where Leatherface came out with the chainsaw, that one. El Masse with the $13. With the success of Revolution, do you think Tony Khan will give Goldberg a retirement tour to strike gold again? Well, I just gave you your answer in the predictions. Yes, I do. Stephen Fees, Thank you for delivering consistent, high-quality wrestling content throughout the year and for making being a fan that much easier. Your hard work and passion shines through weekly. Have a great year, my friend. Well, that's very kind of you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well. We've got Mutahir Majid with the 1475. Now that Roman has nominated Solo as the... I thought you were talking about me. I was like, all right. Tribal Chief, I could do this. Now that Roman has nominated Solo as the Tribal Chief heir, do you see Cody pinning Roman at Mania after Solo spikes Roman, costing him the title and eventually overtaking him as the new head of the table? I don't like the idea of him spiking Roman because then it's an assist that Cody doesn't need. I like the idea better of something happens to kind of wake Solo up to the idea that he's just being used and abused. And he doesn't even have to lay a finger on Roman. All he has to do is in Roman's moment of need is just walk away. I'd rather him do that than take his thumb and stick it in his throat. And then it's like, well, Cody won. It's like the idea of The Rock coming back and giving him a rock bottom. I don't want Cody to win the title because The Rock helped him. You know, I don't want Cody to win the title because Solo costs him the title at 39, and then he helps him win the title at 40. He should win the title on his own. But I just predicted Roman and Solo for SummerSlam, so I think you're onto something there. Anderson Blitz, I was at World's End and started the NDA chant. Why is Solomonster a Punk hater? Why does he hate Punk so much? What did he ever do to him? Hey, Michael, thank you for the $40, man. Solomonster. Devin from NJ, are we getting Solomonster the movie in 2024? It's still in development. I'm trying to find the right person to cast as myself. I haven't found that person yet. The real CSO2 missed most of the stream, so I'll catch up in the morning. Happy New Year, Solo. Here's to another year. Well, here's to you too, my friend. Cheers. Will Chisholm with the 5. It's crazy how AEW keeps shooting themselves in the head all the time. I bet Punk somewhere is saying, "Do I'm the cancer, Chris?" I think Will botched the super chat. I know what he meant, though. Will, thank you. Rodimus Prime says, what's up? Happy New Year to all celebrating tonight. Please be safe. Hope 2024 is great for all of us. Indeed. I want it to be great for all of you. Andre Israel, man, I just want the best for AEW. All this drama is too much, and AEW needs to get back to the great work they were doing in 2021. We need that AEW back. I agree. Hey, Elton, Happy New Year, man. Barry MK 400. What did you think of the look of the WWE title that they used from 2002 to 2005? Oh, was that the that was the Undisputed title, right? Was that the Undisputed title? I thought it looked good. Had a classy look to it. It's not my favorite title, but I thought it looked good. Yeah, no, I thought it was a good look for the title. See, this guy right here in this illustration, casting for my movie. I need somebody who can fit the bill. See? Look at the build. Look at the definition there. I need somebody who could play the part of Solomonster in the movie. I just haven't been able to find that person. Retro KOH on Sound Up 127 in 2010. I remember that one well. You did a business plan for WWE. Will you do a similar special for AEW? I might consider it. Yeah, no, I put a lot of work into that episode, too. I think the premise of episode 127 was, if Vince McMahon is hit by a bus, and I am in charge of WWE, let's just, hypothetically speaking, what would I do? What changes would I make? What people would I get rid of and bring in? It was like a whole business plan. It's in the archives, I think. Actually, is it in the archives? Oh, wait, maybe not. It used to be. It might not be anymore. I might have to get that one up for channel members, though. Plus Ultra Adrian, Happy New Year, Solo. May 2024 be awesome for you. For you as well. Hey, Elton's been listening for 10 years. That's very cool. Swank de Sauce. Happy New Year from Atlantic Standard Time. Cheers to another great year. Atlantic Standard Time. So what time would that be? Tay the Savior, John Moxley said it himself, fuck Kevin Dunn. Yeah, he is no fan of Kevin Dunn. Bleed Boston. If and when we get Becky and Rhea at WrestleMania, who do you think goes over? I would love to see Rhea beat Charlotte and Becky back-to-back Manias. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I'd like to see it too. I'm kind of wondering, though, if we might get the first Rhea and Becky match at Elimination Chamber. I think they're going to want to have a really big match for Rhea on that show. I think that they may go back-to-back. We might get Rhea and Becky in Australia. Rhea might win there, and I could see Becky getting the win at WrestleMania. Joey Jojo Jr., Happy New Year, Solomonster. In the interview, it sounded like MJF is a fan of the Sound Off. Have you met any wrestlers who have been a fan of the podcast or have hated the podcast? Yes and yes. And we'll leave it at that. Although one of the people who, well, I won't get into it. Drew Johnson with the $50 super chat says Happy New Year. That's from earlier. Drew, you the man. Thank you very much. Okay, Atlantic Standard is an hour ahead of me. All right, I wasn't sure. Oh, you know what? Peach, that's a good choice. I think we need Zac Efron to play me in the movie. I think that's a good choice. Get the height right, too. Isaiah Duzan, Happy New Year to the best wrestling podcaster in the game. I hope it is a great one. Thank you very much, Isaiah. Bobby's World, Happy New Year to the best podcaster in all the land and the GWO community. Thank you, Bobby, for the 13. Enjoy your wings, your woo wings. Maze, I wasn't going to say it. You brought up Alex Riley. I wasn't going to say it. EJ Slimp, I took a much-needed 4-month break from wrestling, which is why I have been MIA on the streams, but I am ready to come back. Thank you for the great content. Well, it's good to have you back, brother. Boots, again, my God. Where is it? I think Boots here. If I could find it here. Jesus. Can I even find... I was going to give Boots some confetti. Here we go. There we go. Boots dropped a $500 super chat. Didn't say anything. He just wanted... It's just like he just wanted to just kind of like drop it like this and just walk away. Just to show off. Boots, I love you, brother. And I wish you nothing but the best here in the new year. That is amazing. Wow. Drew Johnson, we want Swerve. Give the people what they want. He's so nice I had to read it twice. Samoan fan, why do you have a problem with Samoan condoms? Because they don't work. Have you seen the size of that Samoan family? Have you tried to keep track of that family tree? They obviously don't work. There's some sort of leakage involved. Brian Mack, do you agree with Bret Hart that Ric Flair is a bit overrated? Honestly, I think Ricky Steamboat was always better objectively. It's a subjective thing. I think Ric Flair in his heyday was great. Was he repetitive in his matches? Sure. Could Bret be repetitive in his matches? Yes. every top star is repetitive in their matches in some way. Hogan, Brett, Flair, Cena, Austin, Rock, right? They have their moves that they do. They have their signature spots. Roman with the Superman punch and the spear, and so you've seen one match, you've seen them all. Doesn't make him a bad worker, but it's all subjective. For a while there, Brett and Flair, they did not get along. I think they're on better terms now. They're nice with each other now. But Brett's not wrong. If he thinks that Flair is overrated, that's his opinion. Some people would agree with that. Some people would not. Some people would say the same thing about Brett. I happen to think that, Ric Flair, for all of his faults and whatever you think about him as a person and, some of the things that he has said and done in recent years in his old age, will go down as one of the GOATs. I mean, his body of work speaks for itself. He has had an incredible body of work against some of the biggest names in the business, and he was a champion at a time when, he would go from territory to territory, and when he came into town, it was a very big deal, and he did business, and say the same thing about Hogan. All right, we could talk about Hogan too, but Hogan was one of the biggest draws in the history of not just the company, in the history of the business. Can't downplay his body of work. People would say Hogan was overrated. I mean, you're always going to be able to have these debates. JR says, will Brett complain in 2024? Actually, Brett's been kind of quiet recently. I hope he's doing okay. ABK says, who the hell let Boots use this super chat? I don't know, man. You know what? That's a good question. Look, he hijacked it. I didn't, don't blame me. Don't blame me. I may have to come up with a new one now. Brian Becerra says, cheers, Jack Daniels honey. Still got some here. I'm going to save what I got left. Tribal Chief Jr. says, would love Cage, Copeland in 3 stages of hell. Have a feeling that Joe is getting used. With Cole injured, can see Wardlow beating Joe for the belt and give it to Cole. Is it like Andre giving it to DiBiase? I hope not. I hope Joe gets a proper run. Let me go back here to ABK, because Scarlett, you're absolutely right. I gave confetti to Boots, and ABK, he gets confetti too. Because ABK, I kind of glossed over it here because I was more concerned about his message to Boots, but ABK, man, dropping a $494 super chat. Good Lord. Hey, Abbas, thank you, man. There you go. I'm not going to have any confetti left after tonight. I've used up all my confetti. Hey, that's from the first New Year's Eve stream I ever did. Look at that. To hell with 2020. It's the Mantar mating call. Hey, Xantara has super chatted $75 to awaken Mantar. Xantara, thank you, man. I'm going to be getting to your message here in a little bit. That was the very first New Year's Eve that I spent with you guys. Here we are 4 years later. Trill Mexican 305, Solomonster, Trill from the Miami Herald. Question, do you wear pants? A simple yes or no will suffice. Solo says, the sound off is doing great numbers and I can't answer that question at this time. Now see, my response to you would be, that's a great question and I appreciate you asking it, but I just can't answer it at this time. Thank you for asking. See, there's a science to it. There's a science to answering questions the way that Tony Khan does. Bobby's World. Here's the rest of ABK's Here's the rest of ABK's 500. Glad to help. And he donated the he donated the $6 to get us to 500 for ABK. I like that. I like that. Tay-Tay the Savior in 2024, who do you see leaving AEW for WWE? I mentioned it before. I think Ricky Starks, there was talk of his contract possibly being up this year. I think Ricky Starks, honestly, I think he's going to WWE. You know, he's very good friends with Cody. I think he may see that the grass is greener, and I think he's probably on his way out when his contract is up. Anderson Blitz with the $4.99. Random idea. Hulk Hogan, Steve Regal. Steve Regal. How did I read that as Steve Regal? Hulk Hogan, Steven Seagal, George Santos, and Todd Howard. Who's Todd Howard? In a buddy comedy film called Hard to Believe, funded by Paul Heyman. Who's Todd Howard? Mr. Ruby Dog. Favorite Quincy Elliott match. Man, you guys are funny tonight. You know that? You guys are a barrel of laughs. It's turned into the comedy hour here. That's a trick question. Timothy Tillis. Went to see The Iron Claw. Great movie. Hope it wins an Oscar. Also, Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah, again, for those who may have missed it, my Iron Claw review, it's about 26 minutes long. It is up on the channel right now if you missed it. Andre Israel, ABK against Boots, Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania. Book it. There you go. I want to see that match. ABK and Boots, Hell in a Cell. Elijah Benedict says, New Year, whoa, yeet. Elijah, thank you for the 10. Retro KOH on Sound Off 127. Oh, you sent that one twice. Oh, you're really adamant about this, aren't you? I don't know. That might have been a duplicate. Retro, thank you, though. Talked about that before. Bender McSimpson with the 1992 Happy New Year solo. Of these 5, who realistically should have been WWF champion? You can pick more than one. Mr. Perfect, Roddy Piper, Jake the Snake DiBiase, and Rick Rude. I would go, I would go Perfect, Piper, and DiBiase. I think all could have been very good WWF champions. The timing just, especially for Piper, he didn't need the title, but just the timing just didn't work. You know, he was at his hottest as a heel when Vince McMahon wanted the title on a huge babyface, which he had in Hogan. Piper was a great foil. So it just didn't work out that way, but I think any of those 3 would have made great heel champions in WWE. And when I say for Piper, I'm talking as a heel, not as a babyface. Starboy Bebop. Happy New Year. Been a listener since 2011. Wishing you the best. Since we don't know when Omega is coming back, who should Ospreay wrestle at Wembley? Swerve Strickland for the championship. Shawnee in the Wrestling. Did you ever see the Ready to Rumble blooper where Oliver Platt hit Randy Savage in the face? I did not, and I don't believe that. Because had he done that, I think Oliver Platt would not be alive anymore. So I don't believe you. I don't think he would have done that and would have lived to tell about it. Grant Hudson with the $9.99 Happy New Year solo. Are we going to see the return of the watch-alongs in 2024? The 2023 Team Bischoff against Team Austin tag match? Or the last HBK Triple H match on the final Raw in 03 would be some good suggestions. Those were excellent matches. Yeah, I want to bring them back. So that is on the agenda. I hope to do so. Bender McSimpson, when do we get face Swerve against Samoa Joe for the title? I'm going to say Double or Nothing in Las Vegas. Amiibo Juice. Hope all is well. Happy New Year. With time passing, I was wondering if you have any nostalgia for 90s or 2000s stuff apart from wrestling. 90s, yeah, 90s music, I would say. 2000s, no, I mean, nothing in particular that I could think of. I get nostalgic for 90s, well, you said outside of wrestling, so I would say music. I like 80s and 90s music. I still listen to it. I have it on my hole. Yes. Thank you, Amiibo. Thank you, Amiibo. Shawnee says, what is Moxley's thoughts on Kevin Dunn leaving WWE?
Fuck Kevin Dunn.
That is what John Moxley has to say about that. Evil John Cena. Hey, Solomonster, Happy New Year. Buy, sell, rent on the worst fan base. AEW stans, WWE superfans, or TNA diehards. I'd like to roll them all up into a ball and roll them into a volcano. Can we do that? Because I'd really like to do that. Tay-Tay, buy or sell. Bruce Pritchard will the last of, well, I guess he means will be, the last of Vince's soldiers to leave WWE. Would you consider Michael Hayes to be a Vince soldier? Probably, right? I mean, he's been there since '95. I'm gonna say Michael Hayes will outlast Bruce Pritchard. Natural Girth with the $2 super chat. Says, Happy New Year. Are you familiar with OSW Review? Yes, I am. I am indeed. Austin. A Solomonster. Been a fan since 2014 and from St. Pete. By the way, the Royal Rumble is in St. Pete and not Tampa. My soul hurts when my soul hurts when you say Tampa. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to be in St. Pete because I'm going to the Royal Rumble. I'm going to be at the Rumble. I'm going to be at, where are we going? I think we're going to the Undertaker Dead Man show. It's going to be a busy weekend in St. Pete later this month. Rizzo. Jim Cornette's impression of Kevin Dunn is priceless. Hopefully 2024 is good to all of you and honestly a better year for AEW. Jacob Donnelly, final Brie mode of 2023. Here's to many more in 2024. Boy, I can't wait. Paolo with the $5. Part of me hopes Triple H told Kevin Dunn he found him tiresome when Dunn gave his notice, like in the story that Cornette told in the shoot interview. I don't know why. I still have, where is he? I still have Natural Girth on the mind here. Corona Boy with the $9.99. Hey, Solomonster, this marks 10 years that I have listened to the podcast since the TV Tracks days. Keep up the great work. P.S. WrestleMania 28 was the first WrestleMania that I also attended. See, so you and I have something in common. I still can't believe, as long as I've been a fan for, that Mania 28 was the first one I ever went to. But once I went to 28, I went to all of them up until 35. And then I tapped out and I said I've had enough. Is the Rumble my first wrestling trip outside of New York since before the pandemic? Yes. This will be my first wrestling trip since the first Double or Nothing. I went to Vegas in 2019 for that. So, yeah. Oven Heart, $10 super chat. I've been listening since 2011. Thank you for everything. My mom passed away on the 10th. So this is a weird new year. Hope you and the family are well. I'm very sorry to hear that. My condolences for your loss. It sucks, I know. And all I can say is that I hope 2024 is a lot kinder to you than the end of 2023 was. Because that sucks. So, my best to you. Shawnee in the Wrestling. Or in the Wrestling. I gotta say it right. Shawnee in the Wrestling. Buy, rent, or sell. This is your life. Festival of Friendship. And Sami Zayn says that Jey Uso has not been Usi. Yeah, it's tough because that one, there's a recency bias there. That one was so great. But honestly, they're all great. Oh, man, I don't know. That's the one. You know what? That's the segment where Jey Uso said, "I don't give a damn what the tribal chief says," and they zoomed in on Roman's face, and then Sammy just cracked everybody up. You know what? Honestly, I'm gonna go with that. I mean, that segment is just fantastic in every way. After that, I'll go This Is Your Life, and then I'll go Festival of Friendship. Muta here. Happy New Year. Do you think there might be a chance that Jeremy Borash could take over all or part of Dunn's old duties? I don't know. I mean, it's... I don't know that that's really what he does. I mean, Borash has always been very good at producing vignettes and stuff like that. I know he was doing a lot of that in NXT. You know, part of the job that Kevin Dunn had in his role is he's responsible for a lot of the budgets and a lot of the kind of the monetary stuff as well. I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily the role that Borash either wants or that he's equipped for. I mean, he's a great asset to the company. I just don't know that he fits in that role. Skip in the chat. Shout out to Skip. Yeah, I'm cool with DT. Consider him a friend. Happy New Year to him. And to Kev Castle. JR with the $10 super chat. Big fan, been listening for the better part of a decade. Happy New Year, sir. Well, JR, Happy New Year to you as well. We got a lot of, interesting how many people have been listening for a decade or longer. I like hearing that. Devin from New Jersey. I took a break to ring in the new year with my parents, but saw that they're watching A New Year with Tyrus on Fox. So now I'm with you until the end. That's a fine choice, by the way. You'll have much more fun over here. Jazz Jackrabbit. I already have one. My resolution for 2024 is to work out of my heavenly body and get into shape. Happy New Year to you and this great community. Man, you're like those people when I'm going to go to the gym this week and this gym is going to be packed and I'm not going to be able to get a machine. Because you always have the people at the beginning of the new year, right? New year, new me. And they sign up at the gym and they go for like 2 weeks. It's going to be a shit show. I know it. I know it. Thank you, Jazz. Sun Angel, thank you for the super chat. Casper, Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do. Goodbye, Dunn. Backstage segments have looked like ass for years. Hope they fix it. Yeah, I mean, that's one kind of element of the show that I wouldn't mind them making changes to, is the way they shoot their backstage segments. You know, it's like every time they go to a commercial, we see the person. It's almost like you can literally see them start walking. Like they're given the cue, like, okay, action. And they start walking. And, you know, when we come back, it's like, there's different ways to shoot the show. I like the idea of them breaking out of their formula and just making changes to the way the show is laid out and the way the show is produced. I think that would be a great thing. And if the departure of Kevin Dunn leads to that, even better. My fear is that he's been training his replacement, and there are so many people who work on that production team who have worked with him for so many years that it may just end up being more of the same. Tay-Tay says, do you want to see Roman Reigns lose to Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 40 or Roman Reigns break Hulk Hogan's again with the record? Tay-Tay, I love you. I really do. I'm going to say it again. There is no record. I know what you mean. People throw it around like the word record, the Hogan record. Hulk Hogan had the title for, what was it, 2,400 days or something like that. That's the number of days that he had the championship for. Hulk Hogan is number 3 on the all-time list. Somehow they have forgotten Bob Backlund. They've gotten Bob Backlund off the list, which worries me that they stopped acknowledging Backlund, because it worries me that the idea is that they want him to be.
I have one pair of skinny jeans, and I'm going to wear them every week just to piss you off.
That's right. You tell him, Big Dave. Who's that? Was that Silver Tower? Yes, it was. Silver Tower, I'm going to get to you in a second. But my fear is that they have stopped mentioning Bob Backlund, which they used to mention the fact that Roman is behind only, originally it was Bruno, Backlund, Hogan, and Pedro, and then he beat Pedro. Now they've stopped mentioning Backlund. They only mention Hogan and Bruno. They better not be thinking about waiting until he gets to a point where he exceeds Hogan so that he could be number 2. You know why? Because I don't give a shit. This idea that we're just going to pause everything so we can get him to a certain number of days is ludicrous to me. If you have a story, if you have the opportunity, you have a WrestleMania coming up, we're going to have Roman retain, though, because, Hulk Hogan, we don't like Hogan. Hogan's got too much baggage. We want to knock him down the list a little bit. Okay, so Roman Reigns, he gets in front of Hogan. Guess what? Roman Reigns is still only number 3. And Hulk Hogan is number 4. It's not like you're knocking him off the list. I don't care about the number of days that Roman Reigns has been champion. I don't care about the list. Fuck the list. That's not addressed to you. It's just this whole concept. Oh, he's got to beat Hogan. He's got to beat Hogan. No, he doesn't. Stupid. I hope that answers your question. Timothy says, Ludowici, Georgia, in the house. Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Ludowici or Ludowici, Georgia? I didn't even know such a place existed. The Winston Slip. Happy New Year from Parts Unknown. Always got to have that on the list. Sun Angel, thoughts on the Continental Championship belt? It's all right. It's all right. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Marquand, 1976. Happy New Year, Solomonster from Las Vegas. Feeling better than I was on Wednesday. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I hope you feel even better tomorrow. Happy New Year. Thank you, Tay. Happy New Year to you, too. How many times did he even defend the title last year? I think 5, right? You have 5 title defenses last year? It's ridiculous. Derek Fleming. Happy New Year. Did you ever play sports as a kid? Of course. Played baseball, played soccer. I bowled for 6 years. Did a whole bunch of things. I did everything except wrestle. Who knows? Maybe I'd be a big star right now had I gotten into the wrestling business. We got Tay again, champion of 2023, WWE, AEW, Impact, or New Japan. For 2023, I got to go WWE. But again, like, what are you judging it on? Are you judging it on business metrics? Are you judging it on match quality, talent roster? Because, if you look at my list of top matches for 2023, I think AEW had the majority of the matches. But I feel like the champion of 2023 was WWE. Solomonster should wrestle in Hog. I don't know. I'm happy being the commissioner and the commentator. You want to add wrestler to the list? Should I help set up the ring too? Maybe I should work on the production team. Maybe I should just do everything. Silver Tower, Happy New Year to you too. Hoffenheim. We had it already in Switzerland, but Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you in Switzerland. Switzerland is one of those places I have on my list that I'd like to visit at some point. Switzerland, Sweden. Actually, I have cousins that are over there. And in Japan, I have all these places on my list, and yet I don't go any. Mr. E, 1976. Here's to the tip jar. Thanks for everything you do. And Happy New Year, Solomonster. Same to you. Chase Blank says Happy New Year. Thank you, Chase Blank. Robotech Guy with the $20. Another year where Solomonster sets the gold standard for wrestling podcasters. There are good, there are great, then there is you. Happy New Year. The check is in the mail, buddy. Man, you guys are putting me over tonight here. Thank you very much. William Valencia, Happy New Year. Here's to another blessed year. Thank you for the 20. Same to you, William. First name, John. I appreciate you doing this show. You have kept me company on many nights when I definitely needed it. 2023 was bad, but ended on a higher note. Happy New Year. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, I am here on most nights, so you know you are always welcome. And hopefully this stream and this channel can help bring you more joy in 2024. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to please. I am here to entertain. Sometimes I might piss you off. Sometimes I might make you laugh. But at least I make you feel something. It's kind of like our friend here in the chat, Natural Girth. Right? We both make you feel something. John Hedges, Happy New Year. Been a listener for 10 years. Another one, 10 years. Love your stuff, never miss it. John, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Deontay Soigné. Animals. Animals 07 is a day one listener. Deontay says, if you believe Solomonster is the only way, Happy New Year, Solo. The man, the biggest Sky Blue fan, wishing you the best. The best Dick Clark ever. Telling you, man, they should have called me. Instead of giving Ryan Seacrest all the jobs. What does he need another job for? Dan Briggs, Happy New Year from New Hampshire. Not only did I get my wife into wrestling this year, she's become such a fan that she rang in the new year with you. Wow. Tell her I said I'm sorry. I know you forced her into it. What do you think 2024 will have in store for Cody? I think it will have the WWE Championship. That's what I think. Offenheim, AEW, should bring Scott Steiner only to work shoot on Samoa Joe's physique. Is there no Royal Rumble stream since I'm going to be there? There will be a Royal Rumble stream. I do not know all of the logistics yet. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might actually try to race back to the house that we rented, the Airbnb, and do a show. I don't know. Depending on how late it is, maybe I do one the next day. But there will be a stream. There will be a review. I just don't know if it'll be that night or not. Matt Setzer. Been a listener since 2013 and the TV Tracks days. I'm so glad the Sound Off has been such a big part of my last decade plus. I am too. I'm very happy that that's been the case. Is that Brandon Proctor, who just gifted 5 memberships? I believe it is. Hey, Brandon, thank you, man. Brandon is one of our Red Skulls in the chat. Alvin Johnson, here's to hopefully another great year for you and the show. And hopefully a great year for you as well. Hey, Tal, Happy New Year, man. It's first thing in the morning where he is. Tay says, looking back, Cody could have or should have won at 39. Then his feud with Lesnar should have been for the championship. The Bloodline feud did not need a title. You're preaching to the choir here. Been saying it all year. Shawnee says, favorite opening wrestling theme from the 80s and 90s. Thanks for everything this year. Favorite opening wrestling theme? There was a Superstars theme in the mid 90s. I want to say it was around 90, might have been 95-ish. And it was just like an instrumental, but it was like a hard, like a rock almost instrumental. Like 94, maybe 94. And then I know the one that followed, it was like a country song. It sounded like Hank Williams. It was the one that came before that. That one was always a favorite. But honestly, the original Monday Night Raw theme also. And of course, the SmackDown, the original SmackDown theme as well, from 99. I always love that song. Always. Those are the lyrics, by the way. Alfonso says, Happy New Year, Solo. Keep doing... No, I'm sorry. There he is. Happy New Year, Solo. To bigger things for you and your channel. You are the best. Thank you very much, Alfonso. Happy New Year to you as well. Cameron Johnson, 9 years of listening to the Sound Off in Solomonster. Currently at a nightclub getting twerked on and smoking hookah. Thank you for always being there for me with the Sound Off. See, that's how you know he's a committed listener, because he's at a nightclub smoking hookah, and he's probably got the AirPods in, and he is listening to the Sound Off. See, that's the right way to spend New Year's Eve. Maybe when I go to the Rumble, if somebody asks me when am I going to do my review, maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe we'll find a nightclub, and I'll get twerked on, and I'll smoke some hookah, and I'll plug my microphone into my phone, and I'll live stream from the nightclub. How about that? What a Rumble stream that would be. Down bad. Thank you very much. Neptune. I predict that they will bring back the Mae Young Classic and include NXT and Stardom talent. Interesting. I could see that. I could see that. This podcast is definitely listen at work friendly. Is it though? Is it though? Pete Dunn. For Christmas, my daughter, Emma from Winnipeg, got me a Solomonster Sounds Off coffee mug. There you go. Right there. There it is. Which you could get, by the way, if you go to the Solomonster.com. It's a link tree. The very last link on the bottom, it says Get Mugged. That's how you buy one of these. It says, Best present ever. I've been a fan of your show for years. Looking forward to Solomonster in 2024. Happy New Year. Pete Dunman, thank you very much. Enjoy your mug. I got this one with me every stream that I do. Offenheim, Luger should have been in already in the Hall of Fame. I agree, but honestly, it doesn't feel right for him to be in the Hall of Fame before Elizabeth. So they should both be in. Putting them in the same class, probably not a good idea, but I definitely feel she should be in the Hall of Fame at some point. Corey Hodgson, is Rick Derringer in the Hall of Fame? If not, he could be the celebrity nominee. I don't see that happening. He's not in the Hall of Fame. You know who should be in the Hall of Fame? Jim Johnston should be in the Hall of Fame. Bones Jones, today is 12/31/23. Won't happen until 1,000 years later. And you know this how? I wouldn't have even thought to look that up. How do you know this? Michael Darcy with the $40 CM Punk Super Chat. Look at that guy. He looks familiar. Michael says, Happy New Year, Solo. I'm predicting Wardlow to end 2024 as the AEW World Champion and Chris Statlander to be the Women's World Champion. Who do you predict will end 2024 as the AEW Men's and Women's Champions? As far as ending 2024, I don't know. But as far as ending the year, I think Swerve's going to win it, but I think it'll happen later in the year. Maybe like the middle part of the year. And then, I don't know. I mean, it's got Swerve, you got Ospreay, who I think by that point, if he's not champion, will certainly be in contention for it. You know what? I could see Ospreay ending the year as champion. I think Swerve will win it, but I could see Ospreay ending the year with that title. As far as the women's champion, I'll say Jamie Hayter. Justin with the $5. Funniest crowd sign. Mine was row Roman Reigns gently down the stream. What about the Trick and Mello storyline? I think Trick and Mello are going to wrestle at Stand and Deliver, WrestleMania weekend. I did not see that row Roman Reigns sign. That's actually pretty funny. There have been a lot of funny ones over the years, but honestly, the one that always gets me is the simplest one, and it's the one, and it's probably been more than once, but it's the guy who holds up the sign and it says, "The guy behind me can't see." What a dick. But yet it makes me laugh every time I see it. Hydrograd. Can't believe 2024 marks 10 years since I first discovered you through TV tracks. Happy New Year, Solo. Yeah, shout out to Tracks. I mean, I picked up a lot of new listeners that way. Mackenzie Lambert just saw Tony Khan has gone full Phil Spector. Not sure if that's an upgrade from Tony Khan as Herb Abrams. Yeah, what the hell was he wearing on his head? I hope that was something that maybe Tony Storm put on his head and he didn't actually come out to the scrum that way. I mean, he didn't, because I saw the beginning of the scrum. He didn't have it on. But he was wearing some weird shit during that scrum last night. Bleed Boston. When do you think Damage Control turns on Bayley? I don't think it happens until after the Royal Rumble. I think it'll be sometime between Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber. So I think Bayley is going to win the Rumble. M. Mills says, Happy New Year. Yeah, I mean, to me, Bayley wins the Rumble, and she's teased that she'll challenge Rhea Ripley for her title at WrestleMania. Something will have to happen that gets her to change her mind, where she selects Io Sky if Io is still the champion. So that's why I say sometime between the Rumble and the Chamber is when shit's gonna go down. M. Mills, though, Happy New Year to you as well. Scott Woodford was watching Furry's videos and then realized that you were streaming. Happy New Year. Well, I think I'm better than that. I think I'm a better option than Furry's videos. Ty Woodsworld. Vladimir the Fan for the Warrior Award or an induction. So my first super chat, longtime fan since TV Tracks. My Russian Jewish girlfriend likes the song you sing. What song might that be? You know what? That's a great idea, though. Vladimir the Superfan for the Warrior Award. I like that idea. If they're still doing it, I think he would be a fine choice. Ali. Other needed Hall of Fame inductees, Woman, Layla, and Gail Kim. Yeah, and you could throw Mickie James on that list as well. I thought she might go in this year. Xantara. We finally got to the $75 Mantar drop from earlier. Happy New Year to the Central Time Zone. Though it is not truly 2024 until midnight. Baker and Howland Islands in the Pacific. Oh, until it hits Baker and Howland Islands in the Pacific. Good riddance 2023 and Kevin Dunn. Thank you for all the entertainment you provide, and I love this super chat. So do I. Even though sometimes it catches me off guard, it kind of scares me a little bit. Oh, the super chat song with me saying there's a party. Oh, that's the bar mitzvah one. Yeah, where I mentioned Barry Horowitz at the end of it. Yeah, I like that one too. Ryan, awesome. To end off 2023, I won my first ever championship at an indie wrestling show out of Mississippi. That's fucking awesome. Congratulations. That is very cool. Hopefully it is the first of many. Look at that. We got a champion joining us here on the stream. How cool is that? Go talk to Tony Khan. He might want to add your title to AEW. I don't think they have enough of them. Omando Bastian with the $10 super chat. Happy New Year, brother. With the 40th anniversary of WrestleMania coming up, would you consider doing a series where you rank all the other manias leading up to the show? Wishing you all the best. I'm not sure if I've already done that before. I've done so many of these countdowns. I may have already done something like that, or maybe I just did WrestleMania matches. I don't know if I've ranked the actual WrestleManias. I'd consider it, though. Shoot me an email, and I'll hold on to that. Maybe I'll consider that. Silver Tower. Let's start 2024 in a positive light. Well, that's what we're doing here, man. We're all hanging out and having a good time. This is a fine way to kick off the new year. I can't believe I've been going almost 3.5 hours, by the way. I just glanced down and saw that it's been 3.5 hours. Ishmael, I think AEW needs a brand split with 2 different general managers. Would be dope to rehire Tully and hire Brett as an on-screen personality. I don't know if Brett would be good in that role, you know? And I say that as a Brett fan. We had Brett as the GM in WWE, like 2010, I think it was. I don't know. I don't know that that's a great role for him to be in. And I don't know if Tully would even want to go back, honestly. Navy, do you think the 2024 Jericho cruise is done for? No, he'll still do it. He'll still do it. He's not going to stop. Groovy Goose was watching some clips of Christian in WWE from 2005. Wasn't around at the time as a fan. But how big of a miss was it that he didn't win the WWE title at that time? I think that they missed the boat on at least not doing a program with him and John Cena. I really think the fans would have gotten into that. I think Christian was doing some great work at that time, and Vince McMahon just was not a fan of his. He wasn't a fan of his face. True story. But he just didn't see him on that level. Hoffenheim. A little message for Kevin Dunn there. Thank you, Hoffenheim. Pat with the $20. Never watched or listened to you before. Happy New Year. Give me your hottest take for both WWE and AEW in 2023. I think the prediction I gave earlier about the whole WWE Stardom thing, some people might see that as a hot take because WWE generally does not work well with others. They don't work with hardly anybody. I gotta think about what else it would be for them, though, as far as like a hot take. I mean, for AEW, I think that, you know, Swerve winning the title is not really a hot take, or you know, MJF staying with the company instead of and by the way, before I get back to you, there were people who were mentioning a few minutes ago, I should check, that as of midnight, and let me check and see. Let's see. Somebody said that MJF was taken off of the AEW roster page. Let's see if there's anything about that. Let's see. Well, according to Sean Ross Sapp on his Twitter, MJF is no longer listed on AEW's official roster page. To which I say, work. What's the Rihanna song? Work, work, work. Yeah, that's what I say. I don't buy it. So maybe it's a hot take for me to say that MJF is staying in AEW. I don't know. If all the predictions, I did a whole prediction segment before. I don't know if would any of them really be considered a hot take. I said Ricky Starks is going to leave. I think he's going to bounce and go to WWE. You know, and he's one half of their tag team champions right now. And I don't think he's going to be the only one. I think there's going to be others who follow as well. Maybe not. Yeah, the top names, I think the biggest names, I think are going to be all locked up. It's not going to be somebody like an MJF or a Moxley or a Jericho or the Elite or anything like that. But Ricky, look, Ricky won the Owen Hart tournament. He's one half of the tag team champions. I think he could do bigger things in the company, and I think he's as good as gone. I really do. You want to take that as a hot take? There you go. But I don't think he's going to re-sign when his contract is up. The other ones, though, like we're on the WWE side, I got to think about that. Will Chisholm, I know people freaking out over WWE may be working with Stardom, but I think it will be good for the talent both ways. You know what? The jury is out. The jury is out about that. Because there are definitely reasons to be concerned if WWE wants to sink its tentacles into the Japanese wrestling scene. You always got to ask the question, what's the ulterior motive here? What are their real intentions, right? You got to be a little bit skeptical. So I would take a wait and see approach on that. Silver Tower with the $36. Happy New Year, Solo. I found you from the TV Tracks days in 2023 is when I listened to you on a regular basis because I was recovering from a diabetic crash. Your podcast and streams made the recovery so much better. Keep doing what you are doing. Well, I'm glad that you are doing better, number one. And number two, Silver Tower, you have been a big supporter this year. A lot of gifted memberships as well. And I want to say thank you, and I wish you a very happy new year. Natural Girth. Loudest pop that you've heard in person. I was there when Austin beat Kane for the belt on Raw in Cleveland. The building shook. Biggest pop that I have heard in person would probably be... not even probably. I mean, the answer is Dolph Ziggler cashing in his Money in the Bank on Raw the night after WrestleMania 29. That is the answer. The Hardys coming back in Orlando at WrestleMania 33 is also pretty high up on that list, because even in a big open-air stadium like that, huge pop. Huge. I can only imagine how much louder it would have been in a 20,000-seat building. But Ziggler cashing in from the moment they hit his music, and then when he got the pin on Alberto Del Dipshit, the building, you said the building shook? The building shook. Like, I could feel the vibrations on the floor. Skywalker, what are your thoughts on The Rock and the In-N-Out Burger controversy? Why does he have to lie when the evidence is on his own Instagram? I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea that there was an In-N-Out Burger controversy. You're going to have to fill me in. I don't know the story. I haven't been following The Rock's every move. The only thing about The Rock that I have seen is that he was on Fox earlier today to announce that the XFL and the USFL have merged to form the UFL. That's it. I don't know about some controversy. I mean, is this another big controversy? Wasn't there already a controversy with the Hawaii fires and him and Oprah? Like, there was some controversy with the two of them asking for money. I don't know, man. The Rock is usually, he runs a pretty tight ship over there PR-wise. And I don't know, lately it seems like he's been getting into some messes here. Wings! A MHS. Enjoy your order of wings. Shawnee, back again with the $9.99. So I did check, and it's true. Platt did hit Savage. There's film of it, and it's in the movie's wiki. It's hilarious because Platt's he looks like he shit himself. Savage just about no-sells it. I'll have to look that up. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Sean O'Hare, are we hours away from another drunken Jericho tweet, or will the latest allegations keep him quiet? We all know he doesn't sign NDAs. Well, for his sake, I hope that his wife took his phone away from him. That's, if he's with his wife tonight. I don't know. Zizu, Happy New Year, Solo. Was wondering how much longer do you think you'll keep podcasting and creating content? I don't plan to quit for quite some time, so you're gonna have to put up with me for many more years, I would say. I don't see any end in sight. So Google says The Rock lied about eating In-N-Out. Why would he lie about that? He lied about eating at In-N-Out for the first time? Why would he lie about that? I don't know. I'm starting to worry about The Rock. I wonder if he's starting to lapse into Hogan territory. I saw he was on Joe Rogan's podcast telling some story about how he almost joined Pride fighting in 1997. Which, again, that story doesn't, I don't know, that story doesn't really sit right with me. Hope he's not turning into Hogan. Hydrograd, with Dunn gone, I would love to see an end to the horrible "please welcome my guest at this time" intros to every backstage interview. Oh my God, you're right. Yes. Yes. For the love of God. Just say anything else. Anything else. I'm telling you, they have their formula. They have their format, their way of doing things. Just blow all that shit up and just try something different. Skip Bayless, 10-year anniversary of Yeselmania, and the streak ended. You know, I can't believe that it's been 10 years. I really can't. I vividly remember being in the building that night when Cesaro body slammed Big Show out of the ring in the Battle Royal. That was the first Andre Battle Royal. When the streak ended in the building, you could hear a pin drop. And then, of course, Bryan winning the title at the end of the show. That whole trip, honestly, that's probably the best trip I've ever taken. That was my first time in New Orleans. I had a fucking blast that week, man. I loved it there. Timothy Tillis. Ludowici is how you pronounce it. Ludowici. Yeah, I never would have come up with that. I never would I have come up with that on my own. Ludowici. Cameron Johnson, is that in Georgia, right? That's in Georgia. 9 years of listening to the Sound Off, currently in a club for New Year's Eve. Thank you for always being there for me with your show. Got degreed in education and history in 2023 and hope 2024 brings more fun. Well, congrats on the graduation. True Individual 90. I'm usually quietly watching every week, but I've been watching you since the Tracks days. You're the only podcast I listen to. Thank you for what you do. True Individual, thank you. I wish you a very happy new year, and hopefully you won't always lurk. You know, you can come out of the shadows every now and then. It's good to hear from you. We got a lot of lurkers here on the channel. The Juliet says Steamboat Willie is officially in public domain. Oh, I heard that. Oh, there we go. There's me doing the swerve. There's me with Swerve and Prince Nana trying to do the dance. I'll make a New Year's resolution. Less dancing for the Solomonster in 2024. But it's funny you mentioned public domain. I did see a story that the original Mickey Mouse apparently is now public domain, I believe. Which is crazy to me. But I guess the earliest incarnation, is it, of the Mickey Mouse character, or maybe the original Mickey Mouse cartoon is public domain? I don't have all the details, but I did see that a few days ago. The Dada and Boys podcast, Happy New Year. He's out in California, so it's not quite New Year's for him yet. We'll wish him a Happy New Year. Soccer 75, what are the odds that Miss Elizabeth gets inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2024? I would love it. I just don't see her going in if Lex Luger is going in. And I think Luger is going to go in this year. Abdul Rahman, I really hope Kingston gets the title from Joe, but I know it won't happen. Plus, what was the original SmackDown theme again? You already got it once from me. You got it once from me here on the street. I mean, you know, you gotta go hooda 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 hooda. Now you got it twice. That's it. That's my limit. You know, I like the I like the story with Eddie Kingston. As far as him winning the Ring of Honor World title earlier, well, last year. And then they told the story with him in the Continental Classic. I don't need to see him win the world title this year. He could challenge for it. I think there are other people who belong in that spot. I think there's a story to be told with him going after it, but I don't think him winning it would be the right move. Not yet. Jason Case with the $10 super chat. Oh, is it just the is that what he was referring to? Okay, the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse is public domain. Jason Case, been listening to you since I was 18. I am turning 29 soon and currently dealing with some heartbreak, but your shows have helped me through it a lot. Thank you and Happy New Year. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's nothing too serious, but things will get better, I promise you. Man, I still got some of this drink left here. Christian with the $7. Bold Cody and Roman prediction. I tend to agree, but if Cody loses, is it because Roman is intended to top Bruno's record? Oh, God. You know, Bruno's record, by the way, there were 2 runs that Bruno had. The top Bruno record is like, I mean, how many days is the top Bruno record? Isn't it like 4,000 days or something like it's something ridiculous. There's no way. There's no way he is breaking Bruno's record. It's not happening. And I just don't get the obsession with it. I just don't understand it. Like, who cares? You know? I mean, the bloodline stuff has run its course. Now, the story is not over yet, because you still need Solo. Again, everything I talked about earlier, where Solo, you know, he loses him, and that's when he realizes outside of Heyman, he's, you know, truly alone. You know, there's still time to wrap up the story. There's still stories within to be told, but that bloodline storyline, the way it was a year and a half ago, like, it's fallen off. And I can't imagine dragging it out for another year and a half, 2 years. Like, no. Enough. I mean, you talk about beating a dead horse, my God. At some point, you just got to move on to the next. True Individual 90. Have you ever gotten around to getting the WWF Legends Challenge 64 mod yet? It is one of many N64 mods. By the way, nice shirt. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's the game that you're referring to, but is it the one that has like all the classic stars in it? Because that looks amazing. I tried to install it and I finally got it to load. I can't play it though because I can't get the controls to work. Like, even with a keyboard, I can't do anything. Like, it won't let me move to an option or anything, so I just sit here and I look at the starting menu. So I gave up. So, I mean, if that's the game you're referring to, it looks amazing, but I just couldn't get it to work. Tay-Tay the Savior, who do you see being called up from NXT, and who do you see as WWE champion in 2024? Well, we talked about that. I think Cody's going to get the belt. I think Gunther will get the World Heavyweight title, which won't be the Cody title. As far as NXT call-ups, I mean, Braun Breaker, it's funny, you know, they sent Charlie Dempsey over to All Japan. I actually think Braun Breaker would benefit. Not that he needs it, but I think sending him over to Japan, let's say to work All Japan for like 3 or 4 months, would be great for him. But it's time to get him up on the main roster. Like, it's ridiculous. I mean, he's floundering down there. So we'll definitely see Braun on the main roster. We'll see Carmelo Hayes. I think we'll see Trick Williams as well. I think we're going to see all 3. Tiffany Stratton, I think, is going to get the call up at some point. Maybe the draft. I could see that happening then. I think that, oh gosh, what's her name? Fallon Henley. I like Fallon Henley. I think Fallon Henley would be a solid addition. I think eventually she'll grow into being a solid addition on the main roster. And I think we may see her on the main roster this year at some point. Savior Gambit. Happy New Year. Over 10 years of listening. Also, I hope to wrestle in late 2024. and I have a friend who refs. Is Hog looking for more refs? Right now, I don't think so, but that could always change. It's only January 1st. But right now, to my knowledge, I don't believe so. But look, he's hoping to wrestle in late 2024. I wish you luck, brother. Keep me posted on your progress. Chris Mikesell, Happy New Year. I'm going to Raw later. Oh, that's right. It's Monday. I forgot. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, look, you're going to Raw. It's funny. I went to WrestleTix before. I forgot where they are tonight. Is it, are they in San Diego? I think they're in California. Anyway, I saw that there's one seat left. It's one of those premium seats, so it probably costs a fortune. One seat. It's just like in the middle of a section, all lonely, all by itself. That's the only seat left. They are one seat away from a complete sellout of the entire building. And I saw the building, like the arena map, and I feel so bad for this seat. It's just sitting there all by itself, all lonely, waiting for somebody to take their ass and place it on them. One open seat in the entire building. So you're going to have a packed house for that show later tonight. Devin from NJ, is Money in the Bank 2011, the best match of Cena and Punk's careers? Oh man, you know what? It might be. Punk's had a lot of great matches. Cena's had a lot of great matches. That one is one of my favorite matches. It was just perfect. You know, the build up, the atmosphere, the match itself, the outcome. It's a perfect storm. I'll tell you what, if it's not their best match of each of their careers, it's definitely in the top 5. I love that match. Will Chisholm, is it crazy, or it is crazy, how we missed Punk and Cena with them being 3 weeks apart? Yeah, man, there's 2 ships passing in the night. They just missed each other. But when Cena comes back, at some point he'll come back, we'll get an interaction between them. I don't think they're going to wrestle each other, but I could see them being tag team partners for a match. Dev to Dust, I watched It's a Wonderful Life last week, and you kind of resemble James Stewart. I'll take that. Also, you resemble Humphrey Bogart from Casablanca. I like the way you think. Thought you were going to tell me that I look like old Blue Eyes. MHS, Happy New Year. First heard clips during the TV Tracks days, but rediscovered you when you did an interview with Chris Van Vliet. Keep up the good work. You hit me with a, we're with the Viper. We're with the Wipers. We're with the Wipers. There you go. There you go, fellow Sopranos fan. I love it. We're with the Wipers. We're with the Wipers. William Valencia, since Jungle Boy was not the devil, how would you bring him back to the company? Do you think he helps Christian and joins the patriarchy? You know what? I could see that. I mean, you know what, though? Here's the thing. Adam Copeland is going to need help. Because he's clearly outgunned, he's outmanned. The patriarchy already has enough people. So I wonder, would they bring him back as a babyface? Because he was a heel the last time we saw him. And I don't know, honestly, I don't know how the crowd's going to react to him when he comes back. I would think they would boo him. Do you turn him babyface and have him help Copeland? That probably wouldn't work, right? I almost think you have to bring him back as a heel. But then I don't know. I don't know what you do with him. Jay from New Jersey, Happy New Year. Have you checked out Skubon Wrestling? And are they Japan-based or New York-based? I believe they're New York-based, and they've got some money behind them. I watched parts of the first show, which streamed on TikTok for free. I was curious about it, and one of my colleagues, Sam Laterna, who I work with in House of Glory, and she's all over the place. I mean, she's doing she is a go-getter. I mean, she's everywhere doing commentary for MLW and Impact, and she was doing commentary with Veda Scott on the first show. So I was watching some of it. It's interesting. It's an interesting concept with the characters that they've developed for the show. So I know they had a second show in Miami a few weeks ago. I did not see any of that show, but you know what I saw from the first show I thought was interesting. It's not going to be for everybody, but it is an interesting concept. It's very, very character-based. It's kind of Lucha Underground-like in that respect. Chris Manson with the $12 super chat says, heading into year 5 of AEW, what are the top 3 matches of the promotion so far? Also, Happy New Year. Let's get to 100,000 subs this year. I'd love it. I think that might be a little ambitious, but let's do it. Let's hit 100K. I agree. Top 3 matches of the promotion. I'm just gonna give some matches off the top of my head that I think are in the conversation because it's impossible for me to just know what the top 3 are. I think MJF and Bryan Danielson last year had the match of the year, and I think it's the best Iron Man match that I've ever seen. I think that has to be on the list. I still think that tag match from the first Revolution with Hangman and Kenny Omega against the Young Bucks should be on there. I think the Young Bucks and the Lucha Bros from, is it All Out? It was All Out in the cage match. I think that should be in the conversation. But there's been so many, there's just been so many great ones. You've got FTR and Bullet Club Gold on Collision in the 2 out of 3 Falls match last year. You've got Omega and Ospreay at, Forbidden Door. It's hard to just nail down 3. So take your pick. Those are all great choices. Wano Campo, Happy New Year. Been doing Lyft all night since 8:30 p.m. Been making money. Also, I predict that you will carry the AEW WWE water heavily. Oh, I always do. One week it's the AEW pail, and the next week it's the WWE pail. Todd Warner, you think Hall and Oates settle their differences in 2024? I'd love to say yes, but sadly, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm really bummed about that whole situation. Retro KOH, when I was a child, I thought the SmackDown lyrics were, be a hog, roll around. I was a stupid child, don't ask me why. Be a hog, roll around? Like in shit? Be a hog, roll around, be a hog, roll around. Yeah, you were a dumb kid. But I love you, Retro KOH. You're a grown man now, so you can leave your childhood stupidity behind. Chris says, do you think they get Gangrel involved with the Adam Copeland-Christian feud? No, I don't think it's necessary. It's not needed. Andre Israel, thanks for all you do. Happy New Year to Sal O the Monster and the GWO. Happy New Year to you as well. Thunder Force, who do you think will be the next big name in WWE to retire? I'm a little worried it might be Sheamus. He's had some injuries, and he's getting up there. I don't know how many more years he's got left in him. R-Truth, I feel like, the guy is ageless. He's like Tony Storm. He's timeless. He could just keep going another 10 years, I feel like. Luis is with us. My prediction for 2024 is that Cody Rhodes finishes his story. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a bold prediction, Luis. Abdul Rahman, how and why did WWE get so hot last year? Is it only the booking? Well, the booking has a lot to do with it. I think it's... it's a combination of a lot of things, but they have a lot of stars right now. You've got Roman Reigns, and LA Knight got hot. You've got Rollins, and they got Punk back, and it's like this perfect storm where you look at the top of the card, even Sami Zayn, the Bloodline story, I think, has a lot to do with it. It's the storytelling, it's the booking. I think it's just the fact that they do a very good job when it comes to their marketing and promotion. It's a combination of all those things. Can't really predict when you're going to have a company that gets hot. You're going to go through a hot period and then all of a sudden it's over. They're in the middle of a hot period right now. There's no doubt about it. Grant Hudson. Oh, well, there's one other thing I do think also that has something to do with it. When Vince McMahon first stepped aside in the summer of 22 and Triple H took over, There is a direct correlation to house show business and certain things being on the upswing, even television ratings, being on the upswing in the wake of Vince McMahon's departure. And so I think that definitely has something to do with it as well. Grant said, with Charlotte's match now out of the question, and depending on what happens with Mercedes, who do or would you have Bianca work with at WrestleMania 40? Jade, Tiffany, a returning Mickie James, etc. I think there could be an NXT call-up for Tiffany Stratton as soon as the Women's Royal Rumble, and you could do Bianca and Tiffany at WrestleMania. It would be a little fast than, you might ordinarily want it to be, but, I don't think Jade is going to be ready for that spotlight. I don't think she's ready for that spot yet. As far as, going out there on a WrestleMania and putting in a 10 or 15 minute, very good match, I don't think that she's ready for that yet. But Tiffany, I think she is. I think Tiffany would be a fine choice. Boney. Hey, Boney, I should introduce you to Natural Girth. You two might get along. Have Anna Jay interfere in Orange Cassidy matches, which leads to Jack Perry coming back and pairing them up, and Jack feuds with Orange for the title. Yeah, I mean, I'd still rather Takeshita beat him for the belt. It could work, though. I mean, putting him together with Anna Jay is something I would do. First name John, you could bring back Jack Perry and Marco Stunt to support Killswitch when he ultimately turns on Christian and reunite Jurassic Express. I have no interest in seeing Jurassic Express. It would be such a step backwards. I just have no interest in that. I think that would be very bad for Jack Perry's career. That would be a huge step backwards. Chris says, Tavish against Goldberg at the PC is the match of the year. We had our own storylines when I was playing 2K23. Hopefully 2K24 will be a little bit better for me this year. Best in the world. Happy New Year, Solomonster, first time, and hopefully not the last time I'll be donating. Who do you see in this year's Hall of Fame? One top talent, one tag team, and one female. Well, I don't blame Best in the World here, because it was probably 2 hours ago that I did my predictions. I did give my predictions for the Hall of Fame. I think that Bray Wyatt is going to be the lead inductee. I believe that Paul Heyman is going to go in, as well as Luger and Bam Bam and Demolition. And as far as female, I think it's a toss-up between AJ Lee and Eve Torres. But I think it'll be somebody from that Diva era. Alexander Fitzgerald. AEW has a chance to have a great women's division in 2024 if they bring in Mercedes, and then you have Serena Deeb, Jamie Hayter, and Britt Baker return. Tony Khan can have a solid division. Hell, he could bring in Deonna Purrazzo. That's right, Deonna Purrazzo is also going to be, she might already be a free agent. And she would also be a very big pickup for one of these women's divisions. So there's a lot of female talent right now that's out there that feels like they're up for grabs as far as WWE or AEW. But that would definitely be some big additions for Tony Khan. And then it's just a matter of, if he were to sign, let's say, a Mercedes, does he give her the time and effort and focus on her and the people that she feuds with and her programs, and kind of use that to really ignite the women's division? And there she is right there. Because when he signed Saraya, I thought, okay, right, big name, she's been retired for a number of years. This could be the catalyst for something in the women's division. And I was wrong. It was not. But it's got a real opportunity to do something special here. Tay-Tay says, do you want to see WWE split up the tag team titles so that Raw and SmackDown can have separate titles, or finally have one set of tag belts and have them float? Have one set of tag belts and have them float. Allie says title defenses. Bruno, 667. Bob Backlund, 884. Hogan, 174. I want to see the Roman Reigns number. Show me that number. And Cameron Spencer, Sanity is the GOAT stable of NXT, slightly ahead of Undisputed Era. I thought Eric Young could have been a world champion and Sanity could have dominated. Cameron, you and I, we're going to have to agree to disagree. I don't think that Eric Young in WWE or NXT was ever going to be the world champion of anything. And I was just never big on Sanity to begin with. I'm a big fan of Insanity. But no, even when they were in NXT, I wasn't a big fan. But even I will admit, they got jobbed. On the main roster, they got fucked. They never had a shot. They were never given the chance. How close are we, though, by the way? We're not... Are we at 1,000 likes yet? Oh, we're close. Come on, man. We're at 961. I know you can get me to 1,000 thumbs up on this video before we get out of here. I mean, it's been 4 hours. We just hit the 4-hour mark, by the way, of this show. For those of you that have stuck with me for these 4 hours, man, you guys fucking rock, man. True Individual. Yes, Legends Challenge 64 was the game I meant. New characters have been added. Try going into your controller settings. Pretty sure I did. But I may have to try again. Drew Johnson. Party hard, my friend. Go CM Punk. I think Drew is enjoying his new year so far. And Passion Fruity Yogurt. Solomonster, listening from Australia since the track stays. Thank you for everything you do. My question is, who do you think will be the surprise entrance in this year's Royal Rumble? Well, I think that in the Women's Rumble, you know what? I just think all the stuff about Mercedes, and I could see her popping up as a surprise entrant. But I think AJ Lee is going to be a surprise entrant in the Women's Rumble. I'm not sure about the men. Because I think Andrade is going to be on Raw tonight. I mean, they could save him for the Rumble. I think they're going to want him on Raw. I think to have him on the show last night and then have him pop up on Raw on Monday, I think that's what Triple H is going for. I don't know. I don't know about the men, honestly, but I think AJ Lee is going to be in the Women's Rumble this year. I do. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Man. Oh, my goodness. I have finally gotten through your messages. Oh, we got one more. Alexander's coming in. 2024 prediction on the IWC won't be toxic in 2024. Boy, you must be on some... you must be heavily medicated or on some mushrooms to think that. Even he put the laughing emoji in there because he knows that's a crock of shit. Unfortunately. Now, my prediction for the IWC, unfortunately, in 2024, it will only get more toxic. Which actually seems impossible, but believe me, it can always get more toxic, unfortunately. Oh boy. Well, that was fun. And I did promise you guys that we would do a Be the Booker. And I know you've waited for it, so... Let's do our first Be the Booker of 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to Be the Booker.
It is a late edition of Be the Booker, our very first installment of the new year. Very excited for this. Now, you guys have been waiting a while. I got my lucky shirt on here. It's January 1st. I got some good juju here. Is that what they call it? Right? Some good energy. I'm feeling good about this. All right, let's do a tag team match here. Let's see. We got War Machine. You may know them better as the Viking Raiders, but fuck that. They're War Machine. Hanson and Rowe. Eric and Ivar. There you go. That's a solid pick right there. War Machine going to be stepping into the ring Well, they had their IWGP tag titles, right? They're going to put their IWGP tag team titles on the line against the Young Bucks. Some people may not like that, but I do. I think that would be a great match. The Young Bucks and War Machine. You want to see War Machine tear the Young Bucks in half, bounce them around the ring? There you go. Even the people who hate the Young Bucks should want to see that. All right, women's Be the Booker. The Viking Express, yes. Here we go. We begin with Maria Kanellis. Carl Anderson is a big fan of this pick. Maria Kanellis is going to go one-on-one with Molly Holly. How are we feeling about that? I don't know. I like Molly. Molly and Maria, what do you think? I like Molly. Molly's a very good person. See, I know Maria more so as a manager and a backstage interviewer. I don't rate her highly in the ring. So maybe I'm just in a generous mood tonight, but I'll give that a bell. Molly Holly. You never hear a bad word said about Molly. Molly actually is working right now behind the scenes for WWE. All right, here we go. Main event, Be the Booker. Let's do it. Kick things off with Al Bundy. 4 touchdowns in 1 game. Pokai. Al Bundy. The greatest sitcom dad of all time. Al Bundy was in his fair share of fights on Married with Children. I hope it doesn't land on me. What a match that would be. It would suck, but all right, it's going to be Al. This is going to be crazy. Al Bundy. Should we get a drum roll? Let's get the drum roll. You got to have a drum roll for this. Al Bundy. One-on-one with Bret the Hitman Hart. That may be the greatest match of all time. That may be the greatest match that I have ever booked. Bret the Hitman Hart against Al Bundy. This is what you waited 4 hours for. This right here. This main event is what it's all about. And I'm wearing the appropriate shirt for it tonight, too. I love it. I love it. I don't think I'll ever book a better match than that. How amazing is that? Al Bundy and Bret the Hitman Hart. Remember when Bud Bundy on that one episode, he actually was at WrestlePalooza, and he had a match against King Kong Bundy? Yeah, the creators of the show were big wrestling fans. That's where the Bundy name comes from. I mean, the original families on the show, you had the Rhodes family. They were the next door neighbors, and you had the Bundys. The Bundys got their name from King Kong Bundy. The Rhodes got their name from Dusty Rhodes. True story. Nick Grasso says, what if AJ Lee returns on a part-time run like Trish and backs up Bayley against Damage Control, along with Bianca and a 4th person heading into WrestleMania? I could see that. I mean, I'm predicting her as a cameo in the Rumble, so I think she'll be there. I wasn't thinking more of a longer-term run, but I think Trish proved, you can come back and definitely get a part-time run. So yeah, it's possible. I think Sasha would be a better fit for that spot, but if they're not going to get Sasha, you always put AJ in there. And Michael Cuomo gifted a channel membership to Authentic Sports Talk. So thank you to Michael. I think I have gotten through all of you. Oh, look at this. Steve is with us. I thought Steve was sound asleep at this point. Steve Mello. I want to give a shout out to Steve, too, because Steve is the one who I work hand in hand with. And these layouts that you see are the product of his hard work. So he helps bring this channel to life. So I want to say thank you to him for a tremendous 2023, and hopefully we'll do it up even bigger and better in 2024. Who are you to doubt Al Bundy? That's right. I agree. I agree. Well, let's see here. We have officially passed 1,000 likes, which is awesome. We still have 1,500 crazy people here with us at almost 2:30 in the morning. My voice, I'm losing my voice, which is not good, because guess what? I have to come back here again and go live in less than 24 hours for a very big episode of Raw, because Seth Rollins is defending the World Heavyweight title against Drew McIntyre. And we also have Rhea Ripley defending the Women's World title against Ivy Nile. And very likely that we will see an Andrade El Idolo debut. Not confirmed, but I think it's very likely. There is a former WWE champion of some description that will be on the show. So I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a fun episode. It'll be a fun stream after. I hope you guys come on back. Keep your eye out over the next day or two, because I'm going to have a separate video up with my Wrestle Kingdom preview and predictions for the Tokyo Dome show on Thursday. If you missed it, there's a separate Chris Jericho video where I went into a little more detail with my thoughts on that story. It went up a few hours ago before I went live. You got the World's End review from last night. What else? What am I missing? There's so much content. It's all on the channel, so go check it out. And make sure you hit that thumbs up button on the way out. I want to wish you all once again a very happy new year. Thank you for all of your support in 2023. And here's to an even bigger and better 2024. Jay from New Jersey. Is Ed O'Neill's character on Modern Family Al Bundy if he never married Peg? No. I look at them as two separate entities. And Silver Tower, Bret Hart against Al Bundy versus, is 7 stars in the Tokyo Dome? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And Drew Johnson, I no longer watch AEW. Go CM Punk and Cody. Who would have thought I watch WWE now? It's like it's opposite day. I can't believe it. Drew is a WWE viewer again. But again, thank you guys, and come on back for the Raw review tomorrow night. So I will see you guys then. Happy New Year.
Fuck Kevin Dunn.